Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You've got to twist your words in every which way, because the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line, or does it curve? Some people don't clamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model dictates what you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change. Just got your local distance just out of range. That old key is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain, and it's your ball and chain. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball will always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. That old model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. And everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues.
Works really good with this guitar.
Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way. We all know that the model dictates what you do. Well, we know you got it, the model affliction blues. Model affliction, model affliction, model affliction. affliction blue.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It is a Model Affliction Monday. We got some good stuff as well today. No, he's not joking. Rob's in the chiropractors today, so shout out Rob Keane. That loyal, he's listening from the chiropractors. And he's not joking. No, we're going to go over that. Somebody put me on that earlier, so we will go over it a little bit in a short while, right? But as you can see, Brian's Logic put a video out last night. I don't know if anybody's watched it. I don't think I've got the link for it. If any of the mods do have the link for it, pop it in the chat. He's called it the tangent paradox. And we are going to go over a bit what I call the twin tangent conundrum, because you can't really call it a paradox. There is no paradox about the tangent. The tangent is Euclidean. So here we go. Here's where we start off with. You know the claim that this is wordplay, right? The claim that level is horizontal is flat. Yeah, guys, it's a synonym game, right? This is the one for the wordy people. Grammar. First part of the trivium. Model Affliction Monday. People play they like to play the definition game. They like to say, oh, you got the definition of this. And so quite clear to go over this sort of game. And this is why one of the problems of flat within the identity of the flat game. So if you say level is flat is horizontal, like QE, right? You associate flat with horizontal. As is your way, you can do that. You can go to a dictionary, point out. But the strange thing about grammar and words, if you do that particular game, I don't know if anybody's here wants to play the grammar game. Can anyone see any of the we'll call that the synonym game, right? Within the grammar, the definition. Synonym of level, horizontal, flat. Because there's a group of people that have the identity of flat being level and horizontal. Fair enough. They're synonyms. Give them that. Can anybody see a problem, right? Have you heard of an antonym? Anyone? Heard of antonyms? So, if you've got synonyms, you know what would be an antonym or flat in that scenario? If you've synonymed flat up to a particular orientation, the antonym for...
Yeah, it would be vertical.
Vertical. Vertical's an antonym for flat.
Yep. Has to be.
Yeah. That's why you don't play the flat synonym game. And that's why we don't play the flat synonym game. Level and horizontal, obviously, the antonym is vertical. But you can't assign a flat to... Well, I mean, you can. Some people have. But that then means, what is a vertical plane? What is the name for that? If flat is associated with horizontal, what's the version of flat for the vertical? Anyone know? Can anyone think if vertical is an antonym for flat, what is the word that you should use for flat in the case of a vertical, like a window or a wall?
Well, it couldn't be flat, right? If it's an antonym, it's not flat.
Yeah.
So
if
whatever word you want to use for not flat.
If any vertical, right, is an antonym, then a slope is also an antonym for flat.
Sure, that would work.
Okay,
Slope
so,
would work.
Like mountains, they are slope. But
sure.
So that would be an antonym for flat in the scenario still. I mean, like, you've just you've just given yourself a problem in tying flat to level and horizontal in modern day use. I mean, I don't know how people deal with this sort of grammar. I mean, I always thought it was my weak part, right? That's what I was learning here, is how to get the rhetoric to understand the grammar, because you have to be precise. If you're going to go into a debate, you best know what the words mean and all of the, let's say, the contradictions that you're opening up. Contradictions is a bad word, but it seems to be popular at the minute. People like to think these sort of things are contradictions, but by opening up the synonym game for flat and tying it to a particular orientation, you do realize that anything flat in the vertical is an antonym. Therefore, flat becomes an antonym of itself. If you're thinking of a plane, then any vertical plane is an antonym for flat. Think about that. Whenever you're going into a debate and pushing flat, this particularly why we don't, or why I don't, right? And I think a lot of people have learned that this flat game opens up a world of pain for you, because it's not that. If you want to be not precise with your words, then entertain words like flat, which are vague. And obviously, if the word can be used in its direct form from the dictionary and tie yourself to a it's not a contradiction, what is it? You're tying yourself to disambiguity or whatever of the word, because you're taking yourself, there's an antonym there. And if flat in a horizontal plane is an antonym for flat in a vertical plane, then what's the word for the vertical plane? If you can't use flat, what's the antonym of flat? Because vertical is an antonym if you do that. Look it up. Just a bit of word things to start the day off. Basically, the moral of the story is don't use flat. Just keep away from it. If you're entertaining an argument or a debate or whatever, keep away from flat. There's no need to tie it to horizontal or level. Horizontal and level. Let's explain horizontal and level well enough. Get these things ready. You guys. And you guys. Okay, so this is again Nathan Oakley from today, Flat Earth Debate. Not that, you know, but you'll see why we're doing this. Why, you know, why we particularly have to go over this before we get round to going over the actual original. So let us know if you guys can hear this.
And a lot of the principles we have derived have come from working the earth and using the earth and navigating the earth, and then we get to simplify them into these principles. Like,
okay, can you hear that? You guys in Discord?
Yep.
Yeah.
Good. Right. Okay. So Nathan Oakley simplifies the principles from working with the earth, which I don't think Nathan has ever done. But I mean, you never know. He might have done.
like parallel as Brian's described, or as orientation has been described by John. Now, understanding those principles into a way we can...
Brian's done parallel and John's done orientation.
Linguistically describe them to one another. Again, why would those things come about linguistically? Because they have a useful practical application for one person to communicate with another about the environment that they are inhabiting, which is flat. Earth is flat. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
Nathan, hang on, before you go.
Oh, I thought we concluded.
So, I mean, he said Earth is flat. Now, when Nathan Oakley says flat, do you think he means flat as in with no surface irregularities, bends, or irregularities? Or do you think he means horizontal? Or do you think he means something that he's made up that's somewhere in between, but it encompasses everything that is?
I would say something in between.
Yeah. Vague. Something vague in between that he's not really going to let you into it. But I mean, it's flat Earth. You know what flat Earth is. You probably don't.
I gave everybody a chance. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. I need to make a point here, right? When you are claiming a vertical in Leamington, and I'm claiming a vertical in Waterford, and that means we're both referencing horizontal. That means you have a horizontal and I have a horizontal. Now, if you're at a different elevation above sea level than I am, that means we both have parallel horizontals, right? The two horizontal lines, they're a constant. They have no measure. They have no limit to their size, but they're just lines that are parallel to each other based off of the main horizontal, which is mean sea level. Now, when Bev, right, this is
Based off mean sea level. No, Brian. All horizontals are just parallel to the plane of the horizon. I don't know how you can't just say mean sea level, therefore all horizontals are parallel. Ridiculous. Nobody says that. So Brian's going to have a go here now. When Bev says.
This is why Bev tries to attack people geometrically.
This is why Bev tries to attack people geometrically. I hope I don't do that. It doesn't come across like you feel attacked geometrically, do you? I hope not. We try and do like a learning based thing where people learn. I don't think anybody's ever been attacked by geometry. But interesting word usage, Brian. Interesting.
And say that Earth is not flat. It's because the horizontal you're referencing and horizontal I'm referencing are parallel lines. So parallel horizontals means the Earth can't be a flat plane. If you were...
Yeah. Is he getting it?
Yeah,
There's a distance between the horizontal planes, and that's a vertical change. It can't be flat if there's a vertical change. I mean, measured. Pretty simple. Is Brian getting it?
Or two, treat flat as a geometric plane.
One more time.
As a description.
I don't understand. Parallel horizons,
Horizontal.
meaning you can't have a flat... That sounds arse about face. That sounds wrong.
Yeah, but no, he's talking about from a geometric, but from a surveying point of view. If the horizontal you're referencing with your plumb bob and the horizontal I'm referencing with my plumb bob, if their elevations are different elevations above mean sea level, that means that, and there is also mean sea level, that means there's elevations. When he says that means the Earth
Sorry,
is
I
not
got
flat,
it now.
that's
What
what he's talking about.
what you're dressing up in a fancy way is saying if there's a topology change, Earth can't be flat. And
Yes, Nathan. Well done. Maybe Nathan's getting it now too.
strictly speaking, Earth not being completely smooth, as Sleeping Warrior likes to phrase it, he'd be correct.
No.
Why not?
No, smooth rather is about touch sense, but flat is rather visual. So smooth, not good description for me.
But now Brian said no.
Yeah,
So Nathan's just said because of the elevation change, it's not flat. And Brian said no. He should have said yes. Yes, it's just not flat.
Oh.
Hold on. Why not?
Because
There's topology.
flat
In that
is-
respect,
because-
if I pick one point and say that I've dropped a plumb bob and I've got my reference to sea level, you do it over there and it's a slightly different elevation, then obviously the principle is still the same that both run parallel. However, you're a different elevation to me. So how can you describe the slope between the two of us defies the fact that it's flat in that specific description of the lay of the land? Every point is slightly different to every other point. As an overall reference, as an overall plane is the only other word I can use, it's all flat. There's no description that can describe anything else to give you a reference to describe how high I am respect to you. But the fact that we are at different elevations does quite literally defy flatness because there's a difference in elevation. Therefore is correct.
What's going on, right? So now Nathan's saying, yeah, it's not flat. How about that?
I really don't understand his statement, let's say. I wouldn't say that this is coherent statement, but let's name it statement.
Well,
because
you see, they're at the beginning of their understanding with this sort of stuff. Like I said at the beginning, I was learning the rhetoric for the geometric talk. And theirs is a little bit hard to understand. Because they're at the beginning of their way to let it get. I don't know. We go a little bit longer.
No, he's not. Because no, but you have to fall into the trap that a lot of people fall into with this situation. Is to start looking at because he fell into his own trap in a way because he started.
He fell into his own trap. Me. I don't know what trap Brian's thinking I've fallen into, but I mean, Brian's obviously missed it. He knows the trap. He's not going to fall into it. Let's know what the trap is.
Holding people to a geometric standard. Flat is a descriptor. It is not a geometric claim. You will not find flat described and detailed in Euclid's Elements for it.
So, Brian's just taking flat out of the geometric thing. He's just saying you can't argue geometrically about
How is that
because flat's not
how is that a trap?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, how is that a trap for you? Maybe he'll get to it.
Yeah, well, I just don't argue about flat at all. Like, I just keep out of it. Like, I've never bothered arguing about flat. Like I said at the beginning, there's too many pitfalls. Like, just keep away from it. It's a ridiculous word.
And by the way, so what is Brian's problem? Because yes, saying flat plane is like it is called solidism. So why using flat? I'm wondering still. So why they are using flat for thing that is ideally flat? It is ideal flatness, I would say. So why to describe it as flat? flatness.
A conceptual flat, the best possible you could ever get is the geometric understanding of a plane.
Yeah. So why call it flat? It's like saying that, asking if whiteness is white. How to describe whiteness? Maybe we can name it white. Oh, all right. Great.
And their whole concept is anchored to flat, though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
From the sea level, it seems to me that's where they see is this plane in their concept. That's the flat bit that defines the flat bit, and it then enters the earth and creates some conceptual flatness there somewhere. Yeah, and they're reluctant to let go of that.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
they're on the
if
path of having to do that.
If you remember, there's a video out called Anna Buster song with called "The Earth's Not Flat," End the Flat Earth Debate, where Nathan Oakley and John in there said that the modus tollens that the Earth's not flat wasn't an argument, but now the conversation that's going on is exactly that the Earth's not flat because there's elevation changes. I mean, if it wasn't laid out for them on a plate,
yeah, I mean,
well,
yeah, but they've heard you. They've heard this.
Mm-hmm.
They've heard you say it. But Brian's rejected Euclid, Euclidean geometry. He's rejected non-Euclidean geometry. He's rejected you. So when he comes up against Rumpus or Charles or somebody who argues their side, he won't really have any proof. He's going to have some proof, isn't he? Something concrete to say because of this, not just to say, well, there are horizontals and there are verticals, as much as Rumpus can say there's diverging verticals and multiple horizontals. It's just words. Without something like Euclid without Euclid, you haven't got something substantial to stand on with your argument. And he's rejecting all those. So it'll be interesting to see where he's going to go to eventually. I mean, Nathan's almost said, yes, the Earth's not flat, but he can't really let go of it.
Yeah, they can't. No. They've got a flat Earth debate. I mean, where's the debate if he admits that it's not flat? I mean, let's face it, right? There's never been a debate over there. And Nathan Oakley, although he professes to be the governor of all of this, he's shit at debate. Perhaps one of the worst people I've ever seen.
It's interesting. This topic is they're taking this up right now and fairly consistently over the last few streams. And, this has been the topic, and QE started with that horizontal and now they're on it and they're not really dropping it as if I don't know where it's leading to. Seems quite interesting.
I'm not too sure. I mean, once you start down this road, you end up and you're talking about a straight line because you're on a geometric road, right? They're already at horizontal. Soon enough, they'll be talking about the straight line. And then, is that flat Earth? Like the horizontal? Well, once you know about this thing, and you start getting down to the geometric understanding, then you're halfway there. The moment you get into the horizontal, you're on the path to Euclid. And you're either going to have to choose Euclid or not Euclid.
That's why it'll be interesting to see where they go, where Brian's got to go with it. He's going to have to go somewhere soon.
Well, the logic
words won't be enough.
Yeah, the Euclidean geometry is built upon logic, and the logic says that the Earth's not flat. But Nathan Oakley and everybody, all of these people have got their identities tied to this very thing. Maybe this is where Nathan tries to step out of it. But, I mean, how does he get out of it now? How do you say, well, actually, yeah, the Earth's not flat. I know for the last few years we've been telling you that this is a proof and this is the number one proof and this is a proof, but it's not really. So they couldn't have been proofs in the, like we were just, you know what we meant. We meant to say that horizontal is a straight line.
Yeah, I think it's possible. Given the way that people, the narrative in everyday things can be changed from day to day and people accept it, I can see there is a great possibility he could say that and everybody would go along with it.
Just flat Earth doesn't actually mean flat Earth anymore. It just means horizontal. Showing people that a horizontal line exists. Then, I mean, a few years down the line, everybody who says that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular can be called flat earthers, can't they?
Yeah, I mean, there has been a move away a bit from flat Earth with some people, and so now they say true Earth, call it true Earth, to get away from the flat issue, really.
But horizontal has nothing to do really with the surface of the Earth. So
no,
even true Earth, whatever it is, there is no strict link to horizontal. And by the way, when Brian's logic was talking about parallel horizontals, so there is vertical distance between them, which indicates that if you can establish in real life two horizontals on two different elevations, it means by necessity that the Earth cannot be flat, because otherwise you would be able only to establish one
elevation,
on one elevation, one horizontal plane or line. So if you can't do that in parallel, it means that you have different elevations. So it's just you cannot defend this argument. Horizontal will not defend shape of the Earth in any way.
No, they call that horizontal of logic pedantic.
Andrew, what are you talking about? Sorry, the YouTube chat is doing this all the time, right? I'm pretty sure they send people in to just talk about something completely different than what we're talking about in the YouTube video, right? Can we sort that out, please, people? I haven't got a clue what's going on there. This is pretty important, right? There are people who are misleading people, and then you've got the other guys helping them out in the chat talking about something completely different.
True thinker Andrew Calvert is talking about some acceleration.
Yeah.
Earth acceleration.
Yeah. Not wanting to debunk the flat earthers that are talking shit. No, he wants to talk about something completely different.
Yeah, but it's Rob as well. But yeah, they went off on a tangent. I don't even know if they're even listening to what we're talking about and whether they just don't want to comment on Nathan Oakley and Brian.
Yeah, they probably can't. The geometric stuff's out of their thing, so just talk about something different.
It's the underlying stuff that's, by observing this, it's the underlying contradictions and lack of logic, and that's the heart of these observations, really. It's not necessarily Nathan Oakley. It doesn't matter about him. It's just about those things, those aspects of behavior that leads people into confusion and lack of knowledge, and it's a conscious deception, a lot of it.
Yeah, and when you realize that a lot of these channels that make money and have a lot of followers, that this is the kind of stuff they did. So this is a total flip from what, back in the day. Oh, don't go and listen to Bev. Unsubscribe from Bev, blah, blah, blah.
It'll
Anything
only
to
make
do
you
with Bev.
stupider.
Anything to do with Bev. Yeah, Emma's a drunk. All of this horrific stuff that he said on his massive channel about us because we were saying all of this kind of stuff. And now look at it. That's the point that I'd like people to see, that this is what goes on.
Yeah. Massively
Yeah,
hypocritical.
They won't be crediting Bev or anybody here with this.
No, it's not about the credit, right? It's about being to your audience, instead of just presenting it as though, you guys have come up with this in the background. It should be a more honest thing, but it's not. And then the people watching assume that Nathan and Brian and all of these people have come up with all that. No, they haven't. They've gone off. They've listened to other conversations. It's what happens with everything. It's just the way it is. But for some reason, everyone's forgotten that, a year ago, Nathan Oakley was saying, unsubscribe from Bev. He's the most awful person. You shouldn't listen to him. And now this. It's like, complete flip.
Yeah, I have
so
to point out as well.
Where's the apology?
4 years ago. I can remember the very day. I think it was QE was doing a thing, wasn't he, about Jesse Kozlowski. And I said to Sleeping Warrior, I said, get us a word with QE, just so I can let him know what we know about Jesse. Sleeping Warrior sent QE a message, and QE told him to go and tell Bev to fuck himself, or something like that. Something similar to that. And then Emma said, oh, what the fuck are you guys talking about? QE went mad. We never managed to go on and have a chat with QE about when he did the surveying thing. And me, the only person with a surveying qualification in this entire arena, has been shut out of all of the surveying stuff. So QE validified Jesse Kozlowski, and in doing that, he made this argument that we just said, wouldn't it be just easier, QE, Nathan, to say that the horizon's horizontal? Wouldn't it, rather than going through a modus ponens and calling it a black swan and confusing the shit out of everybody through logical, and then swap into the sextant with another ridiculous argument that you're going to call a proof? I mean, wouldn't it just be easier to point out that the horizon is horizontal? And that's where we've been. We're at the advanced simplicity part of this. So when these guys try and do this, don't know, I call it obfuscation, because they're not simplifying what is very simple. And they're going back on their words now, because they were, like Emma says, they were calling us all sorts of stuff. The amount of names that we've been called for going over there and just making statements exactly the same as Brian and Nathan are making right now. And it's pretty simple stuff. We've made arguments. We've done all of this. All about the point of pointing out that the horizon's horizontal. Doesn't really need to be argued about. You'd have to argue against it, really. Beauty of your logic and simple. So here we go. Sorry, did I interrupt you, Emma? I hope not.
Oh God, no. Don't let me rant.
Feel free to jump in. I think we've got another few minutes of this. I think there's about 14 minutes, so I'll play.
For instance, or from Eratosthenes, or from Pythagoras.
Fine. I don't mind. I could go through the whole thing again and say level, or I could go through the same thing and say horizontal if you prefer. I don't mind substituting in my language if you would prefer me to.
No, leave me finish.
Okay.
When you look at the definitions for flat, the synonyms of flat are level, horizontal, right? Because horizontal has to be flat, right? But also smooth. But what is
Horizontal has to be flat, says Brian's logic, but nobody points out the antonyms. If
See,
flat is horizontal.
why do they always take it and then fuck it up? They do this all the time. They have to add in flat or something stupid.
Yes, and they vertical. If he's talking about horizontal plane, then and he is calling it flat, it means by necessity that vertical plane is flat too. So what is the point?
No, vertical's an antonym. Vertical has to be an antonym. If you tie flat to horizontal, then vertical has to be an antonym, not a synonym.
So they are making this is a fallacy of misplaced concreteness, because flatness is ascribed to plane, not to orientation of that plane. So this is false description in that case, because if we can agree that plane is flat because plane is flatness itself, it doesn't follow from that only in some orientation it is flat.
Well, in the case of level and horizontal.
Yes, but it is included. But it is included not because of orientation, but because it is a plane. So it is misplaced concreteness, because orientation is different, let's say, accidental or predication, different category. It is different category. Orientation is different category from being a plane. This is two different things. So you cannot equivocate them, because you will land in nonsense like that you cannot say about vertical plane that is flat because it has different orientation.
Yeah, because it's an antonym. Like, you can't have something, if you're going to tie flat to horizontal, then vertical is an antonym. So a vertical plane is an antonym to flat. But if that is the case, what is the term that you use in the place of flat for a vertical plane?
Yeah, not flat.
There isn't one.
Means,
is it?
Flush.
It means you can't have a flat wall. It's just not possible. It's an antonym. It's an oxymoron, isn't it? If you've tied flat to horizontal and level, then a flat wall is impossible.
Yes, because they are attaching. This is my objection, because they are not attaching flat to plane as they should. That would be soletism anyway. But it is better to attach to plane than to orientation. So I would say that this is, and that's why I call it misnomer, because you cannot attach flatness to orientation. It is nonsensical description.
Yeah, but we've got a meeting where we had with QE that was the first time I ever learned that flat earthers did that.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
QE many times repeated that that flat level, it is the same. And Nathan Oakley is repeating always flat plane. So, and horizontal flat plane. So, yes, they are attaching to this description, which is about surface. So, surface by itself has no orientation. It can be at any orientation. Plane is flat because it is plane, not because it has specific orientation. So yes, well, I repeat myself. It is fallacy of misplaced concreteness. What
But the
they are
problem
doing.
is, right, because it's logical, right? Like you say, there's a fallacy within tying flat to a particular orientation, but they're flat earthers. They can't drop it.
Yes, and this, what you said about this vertical, that they cannot describe it as flat, is because of this fallacy.
Mm-hmm.
Because, of course, it is absurd situation that you cannot describe the vertical plane as, as flat, and you can when it is horizontal.
Yeah.
But this is a logical implication when you use that solipsism, and then you attach this solipsism not to plane but orientation. So we have two steps. First is solipsism. Why using flat to plane when we know that plane is already flat, and then using this flat not to plane itself, but to orientation of that plane. And then we have implication of that. You cannot name vertical plane flat because it is attached to orientation. So from two nonsenses, we have also nonsensical implication.
It ends up being a paralogism.
Yeah.
That they can, like, somebody's imagined that there are logical steps to derive that level is flat, and therefore flat means horizontal.
Horizontal, yeah.
Yeah, the antonym aspect has a sort of sharpness of logic to it, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Grammar,
Yeah,
that's why it's the first part of the trivium.
Yeah, it's quite a nice gotcha.
This is why I think, through these years of us doing this, there are a group of guys that say, you can't just use definitions to prove anything. And like we say, we don't. We've got complete logical arguments to back it up, and we've got practical tests that anybody can do in reality. So we've got loads to back up our case. They have these sort of fallacious means and given paralogisms, because that's all Brian's doing. Brian and Nathan are pushing their own form of paralogism in to try and just avoid the fact that they've got to say it's not flat, but they've tied flat to something that they need to present their argument. And this is where we're at. Again, we're only 3 minutes in. It's crazy.
Say smooth. Smooth is touch sensitive. How do you determine if something is smooth? There's nothing in...
It's interesting Brian uses smooth for touch, right? Whereas I'd say flat is a visual.
Yeah, I would say. Of course, you can use that, but in specific context only.
Yeah.
Not in
like
geometry.
If you change the scale and magnify it and see, you can see that it's not flat. It's not measurable, right, to the eye. But if you magnify it, then you can see that it is, and it then becomes not flat because you can see it. It's not flat. Because you've changed the scale or the magnification.
And smooth, yes, it is touch sense, and generally speaking, geometry is about our sight sense, not touch sense. So we don't need to touch these lines on piece of paper. We just look at them, and when we can see straight line because it seems to be straight on this picture, we call it straight line because we see, we don't touch this line.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't.
Sorry, go on.
Go on.
His subconscious is well aware of the contradiction he's in. Even if he's not voicing it, he's trying to obfuscate, flatness to have some minuscule contour. It's smooth. It's not. He can't really say. you know, that smooth isn't flat, or flat isn't horizontal. There is a contradiction in there, and he has to try and, work it in that, slight undulation's okay. It's still smooth to the touch.
Smooth, you could say, is a cue ball smooth.
Yeah, cue ball, yeah.
See, this is where we've had this all the time. So I'm surprised that he's going to that. He should, rather than doing the touch thing, he should go to the visuals and say, flat is just a visual surface condition. You can see whether something is flat or not. The moment you measure it, you might find out it's not flat. But that's because you've seen a measurement that's different, right?
Yeah, but that's why he knows that.
Yeah.
That's, he can't give a description that is, he's got to cover himself somewhere. If you do, you could measure it, even if it's a micron or 100th of a micron, you can measure something, So it's he's got to cover himself.
Right. Play this.
The earth. There's absolutely nothing in reality that is 100% smooth. Smooth is touch sensitive. Now, if you take the full expanse of the latitude and longitude grid, and you take the full
expanse of the latitude and longitude grid, he's doing this thing like Ebbe's just said. He's fooling himself here, and this is how he does it. And he's hopefully you can join along with Brian.
I don't know why he's using this word smooth. He says that it is about touch sense, and now he's talking about longitude and latitude. For me, there is no connection, but I don't know.
Yeah, someone used flush the other day as an alternative. It's very hard to find another word that's kind of flat but not really flat. How do you describe it? It feels flat.
Yeah. Touch sensitive.
Of Mount Everest, then its height above mean sea level would be equivalent to, if you were to scale it down, then that would make Mount Everest half the height of a human hair, less than half the height of a human hair.
So he's playing the reverse scale argument. So, mountains, right? Mount Everest, it's pretty fucking big. Well, if you scale it down so it isn't, then you could say it's flat. It's like, but you can't just scale a mountain down. Nobody can do that.
Yeah, yes.
You can magnify, can't you? You can magnify something to see that it's not flat. A sheet of glass or whatever. It doesn't really matter. Right? Something that you imagine is as flat as they can get anything. Then magnify it enough. But you can't do the opposite. You can't do that with mountains. You can't go the other way.
Yeah, you cannot diminish that, because if this is a visual condition or even touch sense condition, if you are making this Mount Everest smaller and smaller, you are making yourself as an observer smaller and smaller.
With big arms, right? Because you can't touch it, can you?
Yes, but it means that the Earth is getting smaller and smaller, but you are not. Because this is what he's saying.
Yeah, it's like a human
you are
hair.
Scaling down. So
it's
just nonsense.
It's exactly the same thing that Neil deGrasse Tyson and Simon Dan do.
Yeah.
They'll zoom out from an animation.
It's imagine
and people don't. It? Yes. Yeah, and look, and we get far away, and we're just like this little flea on the top of a golf ball, and that's really how that's. So now you can see why you can't see the curve. You can see why that these things are not possible, and Brian's doing the same thing, and in those moments, You know, they zoom out from the animation, but you're always you. And you don't kind of have the concept of you also shrinking, you know, so it's all relative, you know, it leaves you with the size you are, trying to kind of grasp this magic trick they're pulling. And Brian's doing the same thing.
What they're doing is they're getting you to imagine something. Well, really, they're saying nonsense, because it's not possible to do what Brian does. So it's nonsense to start off with, but you're going to make sense of that, right? So you'll try and make sense of something, and you'll derive whatever you will derive from whatever Brian's saying. Now, if you question what Brian's saying, then you'll be an anti-flat earther, and they'll have a go at you for not understanding what they're saying, and you're being a bit pedantic about this, and you know,
it's exactly what they've been doing for years with the Globers, isn't it? Asking the same thing and getting the same reaction and thinking, well, that's not fair. that's not reality. And here doing the same thing. That's the incredible part about it. It's none different,
really.
Seem
to be aware of what they've been, you know, the game that they've been playing and involved in. They're now sort of within it, but
they're stuck in that model, aren't they?
Well, I don't know. I think once this geometry gets into you, you can't do anything. Like initially, when you first hear about flat Earth, you're thinking, "Wow, that's crazy! I need to get in there and, you know, delve into it, because there's something here that fascinates me." Well, me and Emma, we met in the heart of probably one of the weirdest places ever. And we thought then, right then, there's something wrong here. Let's get out. But I mean, you want to watch it. You want to keep going and watching. We have come to the conclusion now that they're mad. Literally, everybody in this entire arena, mad. And some of the topics that they deal with to make you even more mad, because they're contradictory. They speak in contradictions. Their words are oxymorons. You know, everything's just within this arena is built to confuse you. So finding clarity is sort of your gift at the end of it. That's the prize, right? Is to work out that it's just nonsense.
Yeah, for me, this is going to be the interesting thing, you know, with Brian, is that whether he's going to reach this geometric truth.
You have to,
because he's rejected it. He's rejected it so far.
Yeah.
You know, the other day he said, you know, Euclidean rubbish, non-Euclidean rubbish, Bev rubbish. You know, he just uses words about horizontals and verticals. But at some point, somebody's going to challenge him, and he's going to need some proof, something to stand on. And so it'll be interesting to see how he's going to, if he does, and how he does it. Yeah, be great.
I think the whole point of this is that these arguments or whatever that we're talking about, they're so basic. They're not really any, but you can't claim this shit, because I mean, like, you'd be a fool to try and claim that I was the first person to say that the horizon was horizontal. Like, oh, come on. Like, well, that means flat Earth. It's like, no, it doesn't. It's ridiculous, right? There are proofs that you can use to help you derive that the globe you imagine cannot be the spherical dogmatic globe. You can do that, but you're never going to come up with a positive proof. And the journey that these guys are on, to me, it sounds like we were, over 4 years ago, really. When QE was doing his Black Swan bullshit, his BS, we were saying this, and we've got the proof that level is horizontal, to back the reasoning behind how the horizon has to be horizontal. But they're two arguments completely separate, but they can be linked together. You can build on them. They'll both be able to make a lemma from them. So it's you just on and on and on. Like you can build foundations of thought, mathematics, and all of that on these basic things. I thought that these guys already knew it. And they, you know, like whatever they're arguing, they just got caught up with the globe guys. But it's pretty obvious that this backwards and forwards is to stop people from actually getting to this understanding on their own. You can't give this to people. This is an individual thing. And I think the journey's been started. Anybody's free to come in and have a chat if anybody wants to, anytime.
Now, if you rub a hand across the table, a lot of wooden tables, there's many undulations, but you don't feel them because you have undulations on your hand, so it feels smooth. So undulations doesn't change the description, because my table is undulations, but that doesn't mean I have any other better way of describing it.
That's a good way of describing it. Yeah.
If his table's got undulations, is it flat? Is that with like how he would describe his table? I don't know. They're obsessed with this one particular word, and I don't know why. That's the strange thing. What fascinates me is why these guys are so linked to this one word. I don't know.
Yes, and Morgile, shout out to him, did this originally when he first critiqued flat earthers for taking Neil deGrasse Tyson out of context with a very similar description. He then went on to describe how he would do it like you just did it, and I'm going to do it like Morgile did it. So shout out, because that's where this has come from. But originally, Neil deGrasse Tyson's explaining Earth with a scale of I think he used a bowling ball. Anyway, what he's describing is how much chubbier Earth is at the bottom, and he specifically states that it's pear-shaped.
Right?
Now, that is the cutoff point in the edit for a flat earther back in 2016 or 17, where they were taking this and saying, look, he says it's pear-shaped. And then they...
I think this might be a little bit of ECV from Nathan, but don't know.
He always seems to want to keep the authority, doesn't he?
Yeah, but the Neil deGrasse Tyson and the pear. I mean, what's that got to do with smooth Brian's table? I don't know.
Nothing.
No.
I would say nothing. But
yeah, this is a complete non sequitur, but
he's going somewhere, but I still don't know where.
Yeah.
Flash up some stupid pear-shaped Earth meme to go alongside it. However, what he went on to say was, if the Earth was the scale of a bowling ball, and you were to run your fingers over the said bowling ball scale Earth, then you wouldn't feel a thing. It would be like a bowling ball, perfectly smooth.
Apart from the finger holes, obviously, because it's a bowling ball.
Smooth.
Yes, but it is wrong scaling, because if you have cue ball, for example, and you can feel that it is smooth surface, but if you magnify this cue ball but not your fingers, it eventually become not smooth because of this, because these very, very small undulations will be bigger undulations, so it will lose its smoothness. Let's say
smooth is only a touch thing, right?
Yeah,
if
yeah,
you
I
can
am
measure a difference, then is that a touch? What we're talking about here is flat, and that's a visual.
Yeah.
Like smooth, you can't measure smoothness
with an eye. Yeah.
Well, because that would be visual then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, visual. Yeah. So if something is, you can say, for example, that because it is flat, it is smooth. But
well, is this where Brian's getting at, right? Is Brian sort of because you're talking about smoothness, you can't measure smoothness because that would be a visual thing, taking it out of the realm of touch. Right? Is that where Brian's going with the flat? Do you think? being able
Yes,
to
but
take it out of the realm of geometry.
still, for example, if we have window glass and it is smooth and flat, but if you have cue ball, it is smooth but not flat. So it doesn't work that way.
Smoothness doesn't, no. But that I think
I
that's
think they're
what
just
Brian's trying to say, right? He's trying to take flatness out away from geometry in the same way that he's taking smoothness away from measurable, visual.
Maybe.
I think they're just trying to justify
Just obfuscating the shit out.
smooth as flat as
Yeah, he's just trying to confuse the
as
shit
horizontal
out of
as
people.
level. You know, some way they can have their cake and eat it.
Not really. It's a non sequitur. They're just trying to obfuscate some sort of reasoning where they can make some sort of vague connection, or allow you to make the vague connection. That's what Jesse Kozlowski used to do. He was the master at it.
Yeah, it's a magic trick of they're shrinking the object, but not you. You know, the object becomes small, but your finger's big as the same size, and you wouldn't notice. But like Paper said, if everything was relative, of course you would. You know, it would, your finger wouldn't be. It would just be relative. It's
you can't
ridiculous
diminish
argument.
Mount Everest to a human hair. Like,
No,
that's ridiculous. But I mean, if you
and
can
still keep your finger the
conceptualize
same
it.
size. Yeah, otherwise your finger would be
Well, the human
40,000
hair
feet
obviously
wide.
stayed the same size, didn't it? Like, so.
Yes.
Right, here we go.
There'd be nothing to it. Now, at the microscopic level, there's obviously massive undulations and great big imperfections at the microscopic level. But to you at that scale, it's perfectly smooth. Now, that is directly after saying it's pear-shaped. Perfectly smooth, and I believe he said perfectly spherical to you. In other words, you're not going to notice what he described as being ever so slightly bigger at the bottom in his bullshit world of sphere Earth and a sky vacuum. The point being, at that scale, for a ball Earth, if you can imagine that amount of land, albeit wrapped around a sphere, he's saying when shrunk down to the point that you could actually hold it all at once, he's got the whole world. Anyway, it would be smooth. Now, Morgile went on to say, if you were to describe the plane of the existence that we know, because it's been mapped, and you were to lay it out at roughly the same scale, you know, a map that's about yay big, you can fit it within your arm's length, then if it had every mountain perfectly laid out to scale on this map, in other words, all the little mountains, when this map's laid out, do actually poke up out of the ground or the table that the map's laid on to represent how high they would be at scale on this table. And you ran your hand over that, like Neil deGrasse Tyson's description of the ball, it would be perfectly smooth. That is to say, it would be perfectly flat.
But that would be visual, and you would have to observe it. And you run your finger over it would be then a judge of smoothness, not flat.
Yes, but
like he's done it again. Very well done, Nathan.
How can you say that pear is flat? It's just nonsense.
But he did a nice little switch, didn't he, to a plane, and then put the undulations on top of the plane and said, "It's flat." When it obviously isn't, because he's put the undulations on it. He even used the word.
Yeah, but he's unrolled the globe map and rolled it out to be flat onto the table. That's where his flatness is, the table, which, you know, is that concept of where is that flat piece under those undulations, under the topography. Where is it? You know, it's a whole concept of somewhere there's a flat layer that everything else sits on. Doesn't say what's below it, but somewhere.
Has to have a base, like
yes,
the bottom of
the table
is plate.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, but it has to be upturned at the edge to keep the water in.
Yeah.
But yeah, and in this description, he's got it on the table, and the table is the flat.
Almost as
That's-
if you can't measure elevation changes. Well, if you get far enough away, right, then you wouldn't be
But that
able to
doesn't-
measure.
yeah.
It's like, well, you can't measure unless you're there. You have to be in 1-to-1 scale in order to measure it. That's why we're talking about flat being a descriptor of a visual descriptor. Like, can't take that visual to somewhere where you can't actually go to conceptualize it being flat. It's ridiculous. I'd still know it's not flat, right? If they took me miles away and said, look down there, is that flat? I'd say, no, I've been there. It's not. Trust me, it's definitely not flat. What's it look like? It doesn't matter what it looks like from here. You already know it's not flat. Crazy. About 8 minutes left, I think.
Thank you, Brian. Worthy addition. I was going to get annoyed with you, but I'm not going to. Let's move on.
Well,
Any signs?
that's even...
Oh, he's got more. He's got more.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I have more yet. This is more.
Well, I was just going to say that's a red herring. Yeah, I was just going to say that's a red herring because mean sea level is perfectly smooth and flat.
This is another good bit. This, like, we've already said this, haven't we? Right? Everybody knows in this arena where we know that mean sea level, the mean has a specific meaning. It's a mathematical thing, which I think Nathan might have been listening.
This is average on vertical data. Measured, calculated, better to say, calculated mean on vertical datum.
Yeah, well, John here wants to think that this is a measure of horizontals or flats. It's not. It's just the water goes up, the water goes down, and it's just a measure of that particular water, of the waves lapping and all of that, but it's measured within a little well bit at the bottom of a... I think it's quite a nice operation, actually, in order to how they did this to steady the water so they could get the tides up and down. But yeah, listen to John now.
That is what you are referencing when you talk about differing sea levels is in reference to mean sea level.
In trouble.
So it is perfectly smooth and flat. It is a red herring.
You've given your own disclaimer that it does your own argument. What does mean? Oh, that's a terrible question.
It's the average. It's the average of sea levels.
It's an average. Perfect.
Bravo.
That number.
Yeah, it's an average.
So why they are discussing it?
Yeah,
even the problem solved. So it is not horizontal.
Yeah, like Nathan just said. I don't know what you're talking about. Why did you bring it in here? It's not really be able to use it within the argument. It's just a mean of a load of different levels on a horizontal datum.
That you come to after the average? Yes.
That's just a number that you've come to after the average. How can you tell me that is?
It's not just a number that you've come to, Nathan. It's a 0 point. It's your average.
There you go. They built their whole concept on this. You know, previous to this, you could have argued about sea level, and they would have said, "No, it's flat."
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's kind of interesting. He's now making a definition. Oh, no, you can't use that. It's an average. It's not flat.
Yeah.
And yet, but previous to this is, you know, you could argue all day. And I've seen it in the chat, you know, and argued it in places.
Well, they still think
not...
there's an average, right, of America, France, Germany, Australia, Ireland, the UK, right? We'll just average all of them, right?
Yeah,
they can't see the problem, right? I know they can't see how that's got a problem in it, but the average is just for one particular datum point to govern one particular area.
Yes, and you cannot. This is the same thing like measuring diverging verticals.
Mhm.
You cannot do that. So you cannot compare this mean sea levels. You cannot compare from, let's say, in France and in UK. You cannot compare them
Well,
directly.
they're both zero, right? If you add up all of the zeros, what you get?
Yes, but you don't know if this zero in Great Britain is the same zero in France, for example. You cannot check
if
that.
you're gonna do a mean sea level, then once everybody's got their mean sea level at zero, you just add them all up and average them, and you'll no doubt end up with zero.
It's still impossible because, for example, let's take two examples. You can, or three. Let's say United States, UK, and France, for example. So you can make mean from mean, but you still don't. You cannot put this main mean, let's say, in UK because you don't know where it is. You don't know.
It's just zero. It's already there. Because once you've got your mean, right, you then place that as zero.
I think what's missing out of all this, quite honestly, is the practicality of having a mean sea level at the various places in the world where they have mean sea levels. The practicality is to measure the land from. That's the practicality of it.
So you can know where flooding may take place.
Exactly. So, and that is what the horizontals are based off of, depending on the land that's being measured. But again, it's the land that's being measured, not flat.
And not the mean of the sea level.
Yes, that's the thing that continually gets lost. Is while they're saying the Earth is measured flat, no, just the opposite. The land is measured not flat, based off of mean sea level at the particular datum point of which you're going to use to measure the land not flat. So again, it's constant checkmate. But you let them have their, whatever you want to call it, their fantasy. I prefer to call it their monad, because it's the same, very similar, if not the same, as the other people's monad.
Well, you'll get to that in later. It's just a short one, really. I mean, another 8 minutes, yeah.
Is something perfectly flat with reference to Earth. It isn't. You can't have that standard, especially when you throw in the disclaimer of mean sea level. It's
it is perfectly flat.
Yeah, the reference you come to.
It's not.
Man, yeah, point is not flat.
My gosh, man.
Yeah. He's still fighting for the flat, right? Within the mean sea level. Crazy.
But sorry, but John is now doing what Nathan Oakley was doing in conversation with you.
Mm-hmm.
So now Nathan Oakley is saying what you said in the discussion with him, and now John is taking position of Nathan Oakley, former Nathan Oakley's position, let's say. So I don't know. Are they playing some game or what? I don't understand it.
But yeah, it's hard to work out. Obfuscation, I call this.
After measuring, let me just get to the end. After you measure all these different points and then average them.
No. Well, I mean, I don't know what Nathan's thinking of now. It's just on the vertical.
You say that the plane it creates overall to reference is perfectly flat. Yeah, that's true. But what you've then created is a methodology, not a concept. I can't think of the right word. You've
created a circular argument. You just call him flat, a plane, and then trying to use flat as it. But Brian's just explained it's not. And like Paper said at the beginning, the plane is the perfectly flat. So there's no need to explain it like that, because I think everybody knows that. That's the plane is the perfection, because it's geometric.
Yes, so this is solidism, and if you say that flatness, because you can exchange, for example, that you can call plane, you can say plane, and then you can change this plane into flatness itself. So that would be flatness. So it is just not absurd, but like whiteness. But it means that you can have a degree of flatness. That would be, this is what solidism is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you can have flatness, then we can turn into not very flatness, less flatness, not really flatness.
It's the included middle.
Yeah.
And once you include a middle, then sorry, infinite.
Yeah, infinite degrees of flatness. Less and less flatness, but we are talking about flatness. Mm-hmm. Don't mention that. No, it is not flat. It is flat, but we have degrees of flatness.
I just want to say good afternoon. I'm okay.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good to hear you, Rob. Good to hear you're okay.
I'm just really sore, but I'll be okay. Don't worry about me.
Cool. Be staring at brake pads does that.
It's the leaning over an engine bay at a 45-degree angle for hours on end.
Okay. So let's get this done, then we can get to what we wanted to go over first.
Contradictory.
It is contradictory.
No, it's not.
It's contradictory.
What I understand.
Hold on a sec. If I measure 20 planes, right, that I reference as sea level, and those
you don't measure 20 planes. There's like a ruler, and the water's going up and down. It's like a What's he talking about? Or is he tied himself to a particular argument? This might be where the Flat Earth Society shows rears its ugly head.
It is, for me, it is nonsense, because ruler, I can imagine, I don't know how they, what devices they use to measure this levels of the sea to obtain mean sea level, but I assume that they have some kind of ruler on that.
Every 30
thing.
minutes for there's like they had a weight on the water. There was like a well sort of off from, so the sea isn't bashing up against it, right? So you're just getting to watch a plumb bob go up and down, and you just measure that difference.
But they had some markings on that well, I assume.
Yeah. Yeah, so on the like I think it was like down, because it was down a well. They had a contraption, right, that measured it for them. But they just measured the high and the low, because that's all they're bothered about. Yes. There wasn't so like a number thing. It was just the maximum range, and it kept going up and down, and they measured that every 30 minutes for like 4 years. And they just averaged it out and went, that middle bit there, we'll call that 0.
Yes, and by the way, this ruler, if it was any, it was vertical ruler, not horizontal.
Yeah, it's just like when I was talking to the guy of the clip that Nathan Oakley said the surveyor said it was fucking flat. Yeah. He said he calls it vertical because that's how you measure it. Level. He calls level vertical because that's how you measure it. It's on the vertical datum. You're looking at numbers on a measuring rod. So you can very easily conceptualize it in that vertical. Not the horizontal plane that these people are talking about, right? These guys are talking about flat. Actual people out there in reality see these things through a different lens. They're actually looking through scopes. They're watching the measuring rod. That's why I'm always stood there in the shots with the measuring rod, to remind you that it's the measuring rod that needs to be vertical for you to get a correct measurement. That's what you're looking at. People like John and Nathan Oakley and Brian want to tie it to flat when it's completely conceptual. It's your understanding.
Those 20 planes come to a set point of a vertical datum when you add them all together and divide by the number that you used, and you use that line conceptually to measure altitude from. It is a constant. It is smooth. It is perfectly flat.
Yes,
that is just
correct.
I don't think how you could call it smooth, because it's conceptual. It's not there. How can you identify that as being smooth? Can't be touched.
Yeah, horizontal plane, which is on some level, let's say, above mean sea level or at mean sea level. Sea level, it doesn't matter really, but still, you are not talking about surface of the Earth. So, what smoothness?
Yeah.
It's like saying that your horizontal plane you are looking at through outer level is smooth.
Smooth, that's what he did. He just said. That's what John just said. Which is, that's sophistry. He's conjuring up something that just isn't true. If you take that on and don't notice it, then you've taken on a paralogism that a horizontal can be deemed as being smooth. Don't do that. Terrible.
Let me just answer him. Yes, that's correct. But what you...
It's not correct. It's not smooth.
You've created is a convention. And that isn't the ground anymore. The points you measured were to average.
Oh, not ground anymore. So not Earth.
Yeah.
You noticed that.
It's because you conceptualized the mathematical mean.
Yeah, but so if horizontal plane is flat, but he's not talking about surface of the Earth, so he realized that it is not surface of the Earth, but we are supposedly saying or talking about flat Earth, so flat surface of the Earth. But now he's talking about horizontal plane.
Yeah, point on a vertical datum we're talking about now. Mathematical mean and a point on a vertical datum.
Yeah, they're using their auto smoother.
Yeah, conceptually smoothing horizontal.
Yeah, through the eyepiece, looking at the smoothing lines.
You say that the table is smooth, the undulations you're going to describe at the microscopic level are within that convention of smoothness you have just described.
Correct.
So
perfectly correct. Yes.
Lower?
Yes, that's correct also.
Right.
But strictly speaking, while I say with using, as Brian described very well when he described the synonyms, how smooth something is.
He didn't mention the antonyms, did they? Because he's talking about the vertical datum, and that's an antonym to your flat, Nathan. Jesus. Talk about the synonyms, but completely leave out the antonyms. Grammar's first in the trivium, Nathan, for a reason.
is a description of touch. Would you not agree?
Well, then that word is incorrect when you're describing the world.
No, it is. It is when I run my hands over a scale model of it, and it's no longer the ground either.
Soundly said that they touched the bridge. They touched the geometry when they were doing magic with Jesse Kozlowski in the bridge. That Brian says there's a horizon to, a mid-picture horizon. Fantastic how these things can be conceptualized.
Yeah, we're one step.
So when you run your hand over
John, hold on, Brian. I will come to you. I'll come back to you, I promise. Go ahead, John.
So when you run your hand over a map, it is perfectly flat. Yes, I agree.
Yep. But to say that is the ground is a reification fallacy. We're one step away from that. We're right on the edge because we're using it to describe these conventions and how they reference the world and how that derivative reference to the ground is definitely not sphere-shaped, but we're right on the edge of reification.
This is where it gets into that weird place. I've got a thing on the wall that says, don't talk of the not that. Like, where did he get sphere from? Like, what's he talking about now? Where did that come from? Model affliction. He can't stop himself. We're talking about horizontal. He's done it. He just did that. Nathan Oakley. Nathan Oakley, that's how he does it.
Now, often we'll get accused of said reification by people like Bev, and that's why we're discussing this. We've gone on to it. We haven't got a...
Reification? Okay. Have I accused them of reification? Or just said, like, I've just told them that the Earth's not flat. That they won't accept it. I mean, whatever they want to do is whatever. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I've just pointed out that the Earth's not flat. I've not.
But this is by by implication, because reification is when you are saying that your model is real or map is real. So that map is describing reality. So if map is flat, therefore Earth is flat. That would be reification fallacy, and he is aware of that.
Well, I've never accused him of that, because I also say all two-scale maps are flat. Every one of them. Well, yeah, I suppose you could say that. I mean, I've got a topographic map that's two-scale. Fits on the wall, but I guess, I don't know, it depends. Can walls be flat? What about that? How would John take that one, right? If you put a map on a wall, can it be flat? Ba-boom. Take that, John.
Yes, that's conundrum for them, at least. Not for me, but for them, yeah, that would be conundrum.
Nothing to do with the flat earth or anything, just to do with grammar and logical implications, obviously. I think it's quite a good one. I have to remember that. Log that one for us, will you?
Onto gravity because of it, which is fine. But we have to skirt the line of reification without stepping over it. And it's not often you don't get high praise. But to say that that is perfectly flat and therefore tie it to how the ground is perfectly flat, Bev would have you for that, John.
What? See, look. What do you mean Bev would have you for that, John? Like, maps are flat. Two-scale maps. Oh, I would say so anyway.
By the way, he used... as I remember, if I remember correctly, he said there is scale of reification. If you can rewind a few seconds back, if he said that
yeah, I think so.
This way.
Of reification.
why we're discussing this. We've gone on to it. We haven't got onto gravity because of it, which is fine. But we have to skirt the line of reification without stepping over it. And it's not often you don't get.
We have to skirt the line of reification without stepping over it. I mean, come on, Nathan.
What does it mean? What he's doing?
How
I cannot
do you
imagine.
skirt the line of reification? Where's the reification line?
Yes, what does it mean? Line of reification. What does it mean? Reification is when you are saying that model is real. So this is reification. So this is 0-1 logic. We are reificating something or we are not. I don't understand this expression. Line of reification.
Nice spot though, Paper. Yeah.
Get high praise, but to say that that is perfectly flat and therefore tie it to how the ground is perfectly flat, Bev would have you for that, John.
What?
No, I ain't saying the ground is perfectly flat. I'm saying the baseline that.
See, he isn't saying the ground, the baseline, which he's going to call the Earth, so he can end up with flat.
But the baseline is measured on a vertical datum.
You will measure the ground against is perfectly flat.
Agreed.
They will not have it for that.
Yeah, agreed. Go ahead, Brian.
And you can define that. If you were going to conceptualize it as being a giant, that would be perfectly smooth.
If you can
flat points.
conceptualize it as being a giant, that would be perfectly flat. No, I can't conceptualize as being a giant, John.
Okay, so before they were making Earth smaller and smaller. Now they are making themselves bigger and bigger instead of Earth smaller and smaller. So they are inversing scale. It doesn't change anything. So
Yeah,
this
you've
sound-
got to have all sorts of different ways of conceptualizing. It shows how different people think of it differently.
You got to think about the implications of this though as well, right? Beyond just think about when you think about giant, right? Is there any mythos or any anything you can think of in your mind where giants?
Yes, these
Beanstalks.
mythology. Yes,
What's that?
Cyclops, for example.
Beanstalks.
Cyclops, beanstalks. Yeah. How about Zeus? Anybody see the old? Like Jason and the Argonauts and the classic stop motion and stop animation stuff where Zeus is this humongous guy that sees the Earth as a basically a flat plane, like it's his toy, it's his model.
Yeah, but this is let's say ancient god, but in flesh, because they.
Yes. So what I'm saying is that I think I'm sure they wouldn't agree with me, but I think what they're saying is they're comparing themselves to these gods. They're gods. So they just make themselves huge, so huge, like a Zeus, right? Or like a giant in the beanstalk, even bigger. So that when they run their hand over what they think the Earth is to them, it's smooth, perfectly smooth, like a tabletop, like a piece of quartz countertop, or marble countertop, like that. So what's wrong with that? Anything wrong with that? Except for the fact that none of it's in reality. None of it.
Yeah,
Like a really big bowling ball, smooth type thing.
Exactly. A huge bowling ball.
Well, and then
where
you
are
conceptualize
just
it
an
as
ant.
a 2-dimensional plane also, couldn't you? I mean,
Yeah.
to take it out of the realm of actual bowling ball.
So think about this. So one side makes themselves huge, like a giant, so that they can run their hand over the earth and feel its smoothness. The other group looks at it as a huge bowling ball, cue ball, whatever you want to depict it, also with no topography because it's all 2D. Only they're very, very tiny, 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 like smaller than the smallest ant. And the billiard ball or the cue ball is bigger than a quote unquote sun, planet, whatever. It's the same. It's the same but different. I don't know, sickness. I don't know what you call it.
It's a mind disease, isn't it? This sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yes, but this is contradiction here because you cannot be a giant and ant at the same time. Because if you are, they say, like this, deGrasse Tyson or whoever is talking about people like ants on cue ball, but this ant is losing smoothness of the cue ball. So for this ant, this cue ball is no longer smooth. So analogy cannot work.
You may be right, Paper. The analogy logically doesn't work, right? But I'm trying to point out that none of what you're talking about matters to these particular people, right? It doesn't matter because in the fantasy realm, everything goes. It doesn't matter. You could see yourself as both at the same exact time, depending on the perspective that you need to have to keep the model in your mind, the model that you've made, your Jabberwocky, your monad, call it whatever you want, but you can't call it reality.
Call it your globe.
Call it your globe.
There you go.
Exactly.
Take your entire worldview, everything you understand, everything you've ever learned about everything, and just imagine yourself a globe. Use everything that you have at your power and your understanding to be able to conceptualize whatever globe you want, because everybody does.
Exactly. I want to make sure I'm not dismissing what Paper's saying at all. Like, Paper's exactly right, logically on point, right? But we're describing a certain set of people that don't care about that, don't adhere to that, won't adhere to that kind of logic. They must have their fantasy. Well, I call it a fantasy. They call it reality, but it's not reality. Because everybody has their own personal globe. Tis globe.
Tis globe. Tis globe.
Yeah. Yeah. And you hear John going on and droning on and on about this. It's just his fantasy. So, hey, have at it, boys. Have at it.
Can I say something that might not have actually been said but implied?
Sure.
I think that they all think that mean sea level is horizontal.
Yeah, that's what
Like,
just
it is a plane.
Yeah. They
think
may
it's a plane,
Yes, this is what Nathan Oakley
but
said.
it's a point on a vertical.
Yeah, it's a
And
point.
I don't think they really get that.
No, and there's more than one as we discussed here. Sorry,
I
Paper.
think that Nathan Oakley got that.
Yeah, we've been saying that for a long time. You can't get a mean from planes. You just have to take an average on a point on a datum on a line.
Well, logically, they should be saying mean Earth level.
Yeah, I don't know.
The concept is they've taken that level from the sea, and they've inserted a mica thin, flat something that's a baseline that is just a concept. And it all comes from the sea level, the mean sea level, which he's just said is an average. So must be this flatness of Earth that is in the concept, or it must also be a mean.
Yeah, an average.
That can't be constant either. Because whenever I have asked, where is this? Where is this? Well, the Earth is covered with 70% of water, and that's flat. So there you go.
Flatness, then. There you go. Is that
Yeah,
what you've been looking for?
A mean Earth level.
I mean, no, flatness. it's not. You take
a
it
mean
out.
Earth
You
flatness.
don't need level, do you? It's just a mean Earth flatness. That's definitely flat, isn't it? Once you take the mean, it doesn't matter how many vertical changes you've got. Just take a mean and have a mean Earth flatness. Sure, I'm sure everyone can get along with that.
But to what Kev was saying, I wonder who they were before this. Because I mean, it's kind of before they maybe asked this question or came into this arena, were they mad then, or they got madder, or
I think it's I could speak for it's a great question, Air to Bear, right? We've talked about this before, and it's worth hearing people's, call it testimony or story or journey or whatever, right? I think for a lot of people, and I'll speak for myself because I can tell you how I came about this whole thing. So you start with this idea, or at least I did, right? This idea that I suddenly wake up one day, and through whatever the topic is, I find out that things aren't what I always thought that they were. And what I'd been told was either an outright blatant lie or some sort of falsity that I've held in my mind for many, many decades because I'm an older guy, right? So once I figured that out, that, hey, there's these lies that have been told to me, right? I grasped for what I thought was truth. And for a moment, that for me, that was flat Earth, right? But thanks to being here in this with this group of people, I also came to realize that there's a difference between identifying a falsity and grabbing onto something that you think is the truth. Those are two drastically different things. And I think if I were another person, if I wasn't careful enough with what goes into my brain, what happens in my mind, if I wasn't disciplined enough, if I didn't learn what I had learned here, I could easily have grasped onto that quote truth unquote of flat Earth that I put in my brain and defended that zealously, like it was my God, like it was my religion. And I believe that's what's happened to many people in this arena, both on the fake flat Earth side and the fake globe side. I think they both have the same. And the problem with that is when you cannot know something, but you so vehemently try to defend it as a truth without being able to know it, and at the same time calling it a faith. That's the trick. If you can call it a faith, your mind can stay whole. But the minute you say this is not a faith, this is truth, this is reality, this is real as the cup I'm holding in my hand, this thing that I have in my mind is real, that's when you will start going mad, because you cannot know that. But as long as if you were to say, I have faith that it's real, I don't know. You could be honest with yourself and in your mind and say, I don't know, but I'm going to hold that as a faith. I'm going to hold that as a religion, let's say. But people in this arena will tell you it has nothing to do with religion. My flat Earth or my globe Earth is not a religion. It's reality. And hence they go mad. This is what happens. I believe. Anyway, that's what I think.
Well, I'll give you it for now. Thanks, Ed Bear. I really like the idea of a mean Earth flatness. Because were you to do that, you'd have to take the land and then the expanse of the land and make a mean. And what would you end up with?
Zero.
Well, no,
Point-
zero
point
would be the
of-
water,
point-
right? If you use that to establish a zero, the mean for the land must be.
Well, I guess it depends if it's referenced into the water. You know, if it's
Still a
mimicking
point on
the level of the
vertical
water.
datum, isn't it? Like
Yeah.
1 foot 6,
But-
4'7".
Yeah.
Like it's just
3.
Yeah.
3 foot 3.
Yeah.
4 foot 9.
Yeah, probably 33 feet or something like
Yeah.
that. But you know,
I mean,
like
that's
you've
the-
still got a vertical thing, which would necessarily, if you take him flat to be horizontal, that vertical height is an oxymoron for the flatness. The mean flatness would be on the vertical datum, which would contradict your idea of the zero, the mean. Like it's crazy.
Well, they recognise it with the C, the vertical datum.
Yeah.
And the fluctuation, and that it makes an average.
So therefore, the land must have an average too. But the
Yeah.
only way you could do that would be to measure
I mean, logically.
the elevation changes. Divide it by all of the measurements that you make. Just also happens to be a reverse fem.
But still, if you have this mean Earth level, so that would
Mean
be
Earth
average.
flatness.
Okay, mean Earth flatness. So let's say the top point would be Mount Everest. So because you have to calculate the average from the highest point and the lowest point, for example.
Yeah,
And
you'd
the highest
have
would
to
be-
take bathymetry into it also, I would imagine.
So let's say that Mount Everest would be the highest, but the lowest would be what?
I think they said the lowest place they know is near Antarctica somewhere. Well, in the sea.
Okay,
But they've
but
also
if-
drilled.
But still, if you have land, the lowest
Yeah.
part of the land is where it
Where is
meets
that?
water.
Yeah.
So in any case, you should refer this to mean sea level anyway. You will not get rid of mean sea level.
Yeah. You've got to use mean sea level as your reference in order to establish
To measure
the
to measure Mount Everest.
the mean Earth flatness. Yeah. All the while using the oxymoron of denying your flatness through measuring the vertical. It's like a double pitfall for them. You can't really get out of it. It's sad to see, but they're tied to being flat earthers and debating the flat earth. It's going to be interesting how they try to further the flat earth debate with stuff that isn't really anything to do with flat earth. They're only going to end up disproving flat earth. That's the only way you can come out of this.
Well, I guess they'll follow the approval, won't they? Whoever approves it. You know, I mean, Nathan's quite.
Will lead the way with this.
Yeah.
It's obvious.
So good. Yeah. So to what Kevin was saying, you know, that when you press them, you realise that they don't know anything. You know, they've come along this path the same as you have. And that's great. You know, I think a lot of people have made that same journey, but they haven't made it to here or to another similar place where there may be others too that are enlightening places that kind of clear up the false dichotomy, really. But but people are getting stuck along the way. They let go of one model and cling to another, and don't really know the depths of the argument. And just accept that it sounds good, and Nathan knows, and QE knows, and if we were to challenge them, they'll really give us a hard time. So better not say too much, and unless you've donated a bit more than others to some fund, you're given a bit more space perhaps, but they don't know. It's that journey of, I don't know whether they'll make it to here or to anywhere else that may exist, because I was thinking about today, in this kind of the crux of contradiction is that you don't, this like this journey I've made is that when I came to this question of flat earth, just to look and to understand what the hell was the question, are they mad, these guys? What's it about? And then I was faced with a contradiction. It was pointed out. I didn't realize it before. I didn't really think about it, but the contradiction was pointed out, and I had to go, oh, hey, that's interesting. And I wanted to know more, because I wasn't satisfied with the explanation of that contradiction. I thought, really, is it that? Is there a curve? And wanted to know more detail. So I sought more education, more clarification of the contradiction. And the more the contradictions come, the more clearer you become. Maybe some people get stuck in it or don't even recognize the contradiction now. I recognize it's a contradiction now. I hadn't thought about it in that way before. And I came to here. And then realized, yes, that's what it is. It's these constant contradictions that are pointed out. If they're not pointed out and you're not ready to even accept that you may be wrong or that you hold a contradiction, then you can't get past it. But I really feast on these contradictions.
Actively go looking for them, right? You
yes,
want to root them out, because it's not good living with them. And once you realize the benefit from just releasing them, epohe, right?
Yes,
finding them out makes your mind much clearer.
Yeah. I was listening to, I don't want to take it away from this, but Whitsitt just he's got an in the field discussion. I kind of perceived only paper might have, been interested in it. But I was listening to it, it's long, but there's this PhD professor, and he's pointed out the contradictions of the mainstream science and cosmology and physics. It's quite fascinating, really. And it's model afflicted, but there's these contradictions that are deeper than, or they're another subject other than horizontals and geometry. They're about infrarometry or spectrometry, or stuff that's been stated, whether it's space, and whether any of that is how real any of that, the investigation, the science that's told us that this is how it is, deep stuff that most people wouldn't even look at or wonder about, but pointing out the contradictions of those, pointing out the experiments that have been done that are there and that the science fully knows well about. They know they exist, but they just avoid them. And he said that it's like when a river starts to flow and there's the inertia of the river, it takes a hell of a lot to stop it. And if it isn't strong, it just gets washed away. And that's what's happened. And that's what happens, when you stand up against the force of the river. If it's not strong enough, it gets washed away, and then people begin to ignore it. And it's incredible, I mean, I know that within what he's saying, there are other contradictions, which I need to have pointed out or need to see them. He's pointed out the contradictions of the mainstream media, but he's also got contradictions, I'm sure. And some of those are models that you can clearly see that, but it's just the contradictions, the feast of contradictions is a wonderful thing. Yeah. Just to come to some clarity of, okay, so it isn't as I imagined it is. Some I hadn't even imagined, but it's not like that. And now there's this free space, a freer space. And it doesn't really matter what it is, really, but that's a wonderful thing. Yeah. So I don't think people get pointed out the contradictions, or they don't realize they're there, or they accept them. We're taught to accept them, I mean, and that's what's happening even here in this thing with Nathan, and they're piling on more contradictions, in the face of them being the people who are supposed to be challenging contradiction and challenging the mainstream, but they're actually,
pushing
putting that in place
paralogisms.
themselves. Yeah,
right, because
yeah.
it's so far removed from what something you can actually get a grasp on. You can only take it on through the words that are said, and if you do that, then you're taking on a paralogism that Nathan Oakley's handed to you. I mean, you've got no way to verify it because you didn't really understand it in the first place. You're just using his words to repeat it. Yeah. And that's what I feel. That's what most of these people are doing now. They're trying to convince each other, much like the globe game, is to just convince each other. That's all you need to do.
Well, Nathan's quite clever because...
Go on.
Yeah, Nathan's quite clever. I noticed that when, people come up with some argument that seems kind of plausible, he takes it over, tries to summarize it and put it out as he's got the handle on everything, and then he creates this mind picture for people to see. He what's the word? It's like grooming when it allows people to think a certain way. Can't remember the word, but it's a bit like that, and I kind of see him doing that a lot. He has to kind of turn everything into his preaching.
Well,
his sermon.
his show.
I would
his
say
sermon.
that he's doing this right now because
what that's what I mean.
Nathan
Exactly.
Oakley is saying here in this clip, he's saying what Beth was saying in discussion with him.
Yeah.
And now, let's say, refracted curvature is playing former Nathan Oakley. So refracted curvature is repeating what Nathan Oakley was saying in discussion with Bev. And now Nathan Oakley is his opponent of refracted curvature. And in fact, Nathan Oakley today is opponent of Nathan Oakley yesterday. But refracted curvature is playing the role of former Nathan Oakley. And today's Nathan Oakley is just repeating what Beth was telling to him in discussion. So he's flipping, and now refracted curvature is holding the same position as Nathan Oakley was holding in discussion with Beth. So that's weird for me, but okay, maybe he has his eureka moment. I don't know, like Brian's logic. I can give him a credit.
I don't see him inviting Bev on to, can you explain fully so we really get a hold of this, this idea, please come and help us. I think if he goes that far, he'll spin it into being his whole theory altogether. It'll be his somehow,
Yes, I agree. He will say maybe, for example, in a month, that it is his idea. But in fact, he should admit that he learned that here, or at least in discussion with Beth. But if not, it is better than nothing. Even if he would say that this is his original thing, which is not true, but then okay. The progress will be made anyway. So
yeah, it's very amusing to watch, at least.
Yeah, people are admitting things that they were not able to admit like half year ago. That's good.
Carry on. It's not long.
Yeah, if you were to correct, if you were to conceptualize it, but the conceptualization of the ground is not the ground. But overall, it doesn't change me being able to say with absolute confidence, Earth's flat, the ground's flat. And they go, oh, there's mountains. Yeah, you're a Dumbo. Earth's flat. That's what I'd say in the simple.
What? Do you want to hear that again? Because it's a bit convoluted
contradiction.
in what he's talking about there, after just saying whatever he just said. I don't.
Like he's contradicting himself.
Yeah,
Just contradiction.
it's weird, isn't it?
If you were to correct, if you were to conceptualize it, but the conceptualization of the ground is not the ground. But overall, it doesn't change me being able to say with absolute confidence, Earth's flat, the ground's flat. And they go, oh, there's mountains. Yeah, you're a Dumbo. Earth's flat. That's what I'd say in the simplistic of in the most simplistic of terms. And when you go on to exemplify your understanding of this between you and Brian, I do have nothing but commendation for both of you. This will be cementing these principles in the mind's eye of the audience. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah,
It will be cementing these principles in the mind's eye of the audience. I fucking hope not. It's just,
especially if he did. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'd say
Finish.
it's just convoluted nonsense.
Well, did he actually say that I can? He said I can say with absolute confidence, Earth is flat, and you'd say, yeah, but look at all the mountains and everything, and I'd say, yeah, you Dumbo or something. He called. Is that? Did I get that right?
I think so.
You're right.
That's he would in a discussion.
Yeah.
Yes, in a discussion with you talk with someone, you go, Earth's flat, and the guy, right? You're standing outside the Teton Mountains, and you're pointed. You see the mountains over there. You go, yeah, you Dumbo. Earth is flat, though. Seriously, that's what Nathan's saying.
Yeah, I think so.
You're a good.
Do you want to hear it again?
You're a good student. He's a good student, Kevin. He really took the principles in the eye of the audience. He really took it on, absorbed it. Very good.
It is reaching Tiz Globe standards, though, right? We just
absolutely.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, but I mean, yeah, there's mountains, but I mean, the Earth's still flat, isn't it?
Don't be so dumb.
And then you had Aaron Bear's right. Then you had a Dumbo in there, you idiot.
Yeah.
We have to go back and listen to it again, right? Yeah, there we go.
Between you and Brian, I do have nothing but commendation for both of you. This will be cementing these principles in the mind's eye of the audience. Go ahead, Brian.
It was before that.
Yeah, there's a problem.
Yeah.
You're after
Over. Yeah, if you were to correct, if you were to conceptualize it, but the conceptualization of the ground
is perfectly flat.
Agreed.
They will not have it for that.
Yeah, agreed. Go ahead, Brian.
And you can define that if you were going to conceptualize it as being a giant, that would be perfectly smooth.
Yeah, if you were to correct, if you were to conceptualize it, but the conceptualization of the ground is not the ground. But overall, it doesn't change me being able to say with absolute confidence.
Conceptualization that the ground is not the ground.
But then he's saying that this conceptualization of the ground is flat Earth. So he's saying that this flat Earth is not real.
Yeah, but it's still flat, right?
Yes, but if we are talking about flat Earth,
smooth,
it is not real. But still, if we say that Earth, we are talking about real Earth. We are not talking about conceptualization of flat Earth. We are talking about Earth, real.
You want to do it again, right? Let's
this
is great. Sorry.
Get your money's worth.
If you were going to conceptualize it as being a giant, that would be perfectly smooth.
Yeah, if you were to correct, if you were to conceptualize it, but the conceptualization of the ground is not the ground. But overall, it doesn't change me being able to say with absolute confidence, Earth's flat.
Overall.
Yeah, overall. Right? It doesn't
Mean,
with
average.
absolute confidence.
So you have boys and girls, pay attention. Okay, so you conceptualize that the ground is not the ground. Then you can say with absolute confidence, Earth is flat. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're dumb. You're dumb. You got it.
Huh?
This is
I got
utter nonsense.
success. How dare you, paper?
Accept your dumbness.
Sorry, I slipped, but I will not regret.
You're not dumb enough yet, paper. Come on.
Holy hell! All right,
Okay.
thanks, Bev. Continue on.
Okay.
Sure.
The ground's flat. The girl's mountains. Yeah, you're a Dumbo. Earth's flat. That's what I'd say in the.
Yeah. He says girls' mountains. He said, look at all those mountains. It's brilliant. This is how to argue with like Nathan Oakley.
So you say so now you carry on, right? So we're building up the thesis here, I think. So you get the
conceptualization
ground
of the ground,
conceptualization,
the
ground, not the ground,
right? And that gives you
then,
absolute confidence to be able to say that the Earth's flat.
Earth is flat.
Right.
Then if someone says, then if someone says the ground is flat, then you say, look at all those mountains, you Dumbo. Earth is flat.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Dumbo.
Yeah.
Simplistic of in the most simplistic of terms. And when you go on to exemplify your understanding of this between you and Brian,
right afterwards, after you've called them Dumbo, right, then you go on to like fill in the bits that may have seemed a little bit weak at the time, right?
Hand out the medals.
You get round to it. Exemplify your understanding of this between you and Brian.
Come on, I gotta come on, flat earthers. Really? This is
flat Earth.
This is what
Don't take it away from him. He's
come on.
At this sort of shit. Like he's talking, and you don't get a chance to pause it. Most people don't even like hearing it in the first place.
Yeah,
Never mind pausing it.
I'm glad it's just the subject matter.
Holy cow!
But you are interrupting his convoluted argument. Let's
True
continue,
enough.
Shall we?
True enough, paper. Yes, you're right. We are being a bit unfair, you might say, because we are parsing the actual words that are being used. As Bev said, grammar was the first thing in the trivium that we learned. So I blame Aristotle.
Well, it is first for a reason, right? Like the law of identity comes first within the laws. You have to understand the subject that you're dealing with. And what we're dealing with here is the most basic form of logic you could ever deal with. So for that, we need clarity of words and clarity of understanding, right? Once you hear these things, I mean, it does sound like nonsense to most people. That's
what his argument is, that we have two things. We have this conceptual ground, which is not real, and we have real ground. And you can say that real ground is flat, which is not, because conception of ground, we are taking conception of ground, which is flat,
which is definitely flat.
Yes, and it doesn't.
However you want to imagine that flat is, right? The conceptualization that you have of that in your mind definitely conforms to what you believe flat is. So you can have a perfect understanding of your conceptualization of flatness that you're then going to call the Earth, reify it into it. Slip it in quickly.
But to be sure, this is a caveat. So this is not real. So don't worry. But in fact, he's talking about this is this is real reification, what he's doing.
Exactly. But I mean, not
But-
Nathan Oakley wouldn't do that because he was talking about it a bit earlier, wouldn't he? And he was
Is
telling
skirting the
somebody else
rim,
doing it.
skirting the rim of,
Yeah.
of
That was it.
reification.
Didn't want to overstep
Skirting the line, or
skirting
skirting the line of reification. The paper's now accusing him of full-on crossing
He's
the
gone
neutral
over.
zone,
It's like, which side
crossing
of
the
the line
neutral
is he
zone of
skirting there?
reification. Yeah. hmm I mean, it
so-
starts with ground not being ground. I mean, you start there, and if your brain, look, people, in all seriousness, if your brain doesn't tweak when someone says the ground is not the ground, you need to think. You need to go back to some first principles. If your brain doesn't like do a hiccup and go, what?
Yes, and in fact, he is violating definition of truth, Aristotelian definition of truth, because an Aristotelian definition of truth, what we think has to match what we see. So, but in his concept of that theory of flat Earth, let's say, we have ground, so reality, and our concept of ground, they don't match. So by definition, by Aristotelian definition, they cannot be true. So problem, Houston, we have a problem because it is not true, according to Aristotle at least. You cannot have concept of something which contradicts reality, because by definition you are false by definition, let's say. So he's going with contradiction, which gives you false knowledge, and on that you build something like argument or whatever. It's not going well. But that's me. That's my opinion. That he's violating definition of truth here, blatantly.
I've only got like 4 minutes left of this before they quickly change the topic.
I do have nothing but commendation for both of you. This will be cementing these principles in the mind's eye of the audience. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, there's a problem. You're after doing it, and I have to say to you, I'm sorry, but you've both done it, the very thing that people keep doing, and Bev does it himself to himself.
I've done it myself to myself. What could it possibly be? Like, both of these two guys have done it just now, and apparently I've done it too to myself.
Is that you're going on to try and prove or claim a horizontal plane. You're not claiming it's horizontal. Horizontal is just its orientation, right? You're claiming a flat. You're claiming the earth is flat, right?
No, I've never done that. Brian, like, I don't lump me in with these. I don't try and do that. It's definitely not flat, Brian. I've never tried to claim that the Earth's flat because it's just not. And I don't know.
Flat is a description. Horizontal and the word plane are not descriptive. They are actually geometric. I know.
They're not descriptive.
No, they are telling what it is.
What?
I don't understand.
Let's go one more. Let me go hear that again. Because
claim a horizontal plane. You're not claiming it's horizontal. Horizontal is just its orientation, right? You're claiming a flat.
My claim that level is horizontal. That's definitely what I say. I don't mention flat at all. So,
but Brian's logic seems to understand that flat and orientation doesn't go well. This is what I said before, that this is wrong description of orientation, because you cannot have flat orientation. You cannot have flat plane, for example, if we can make that concession for Brian's logic. But flat orientation doesn't make any sense. So I think that he is talking about that, maybe.
Orientation. But isn't that what he was just... seems like totally... Like, whenever they get into a discussion with these people, it's almost like they have to take the opposing side to anyone and imagine that's an argument. It's going to be tough when they go down a geometric route and start into this.
Claiming the earth is flat, right? Flat is a description. Horizontal and the word horizontal and the word plane are not descriptive. They are actually geometric. I know they can be used descriptively, but they're an actual geometric term.
So when you say that the horizon is horizontal, that's geometric. And Nathan Oakley's been, lying to everybody? Not noticing the fact that the horizon being horizontal is geometric, when he claims that they don't have a geometric, when the horizon being horizontal is now geometric, Brian's logic.
Yeah, but this is
interesting,
different geometry. You know.
Flat is not. Flat is a description. So you don't have to defend anything unless somebody can prove that the use of the term flat is not a correct description for the overall of the earth. And
not because it's mountains and valleys, like what? Unless you go with Nathan's conceptualization of the ground not being the ground and some sort of mean flat
yes,
level.
but Brian's logic is kind of defending your position now. Seems like. I don't understand where he's going to with that, but so far he's defending your position, I think.
Just a position from reality, though. That's the hard part.
Yes, of course, yeah.
Until someone can do that, because I've heard people say it's a topographical plane. That's a complete contradiction. Because
wow,
yeah,
so now
yeah.
a topographical plane's a contradiction to Brian.
Good job.
Crazy.
To say it's a topographical plane is saying that it's a plane that has topography, but that's not as good a description as just saying flat. Flat is the best description.
But this is what
Oh
Nathan
my
Oakley
gosh.
said.
He's doing so well.
Oh, what?
He was doing so well.
Yeah, he spoiled everything. But this is Nathan Oakley who said that flat Earth means that this is topographical plane. This is his words. So Brian's logic now suddenly is saying that topographical plane is not as good as flat Earth. So flat Earth is, which is not a good description because he said
it's not
before
a geometric description,
yes,
right?
And this is contradiction. He said that this is contradiction, but topographical plane is worse than contradiction. So we have contradiction and something worse than contradiction. I cannot imagine what cannot be worse than contradiction, but Brian's logic found something worse than contradiction.
Just see how long it takes before he tells him he's a Dumbo.
Yeah.
Description. It's not a geometric claim, it's a description. The same way as you describe something as being round, but it may
It's not a geometric claim, it's a description. Like, you do realise that the definitions come before anything, Brian. It's sort of the rules of this, or I hope what people are getting out of this is how important the grammar is. And the grammar is important because they're the words that you're going to use to describe things with. And if you don't have clarity in those words, then the description means nothing. And geometry's based upon those descriptions.
And they are called definitions.
Yes. Wow. How can he be so... Well, he is only on the beginning, right? I don't know how other people take these steps. Because I suppose when we started, you start off with the geometry, but then you need a raven to come round to point you in the direction of the foundations of that, the logic, which inevitably leads you to the grammar. And then you realize at that point that rhetoric's the only way you can deal with it. So you need to be able to learn how to communicate, because without the ability to communicate, this sort of stuff means nothing. You get lost in words. Like, Brian's probably got it sorted in his own head, but he just doesn't have the words to be able to express it properly yet. That's where this journey goes, and you go back to the simple, the base. That's where they're at. It seems funny though, right? Because they're talking about this as though they're having a discovery, but they're literally talking in contradictions, pretending that they're spotting contradictions, but seem to be blind to others.
Contradictions and worse.
And worse, sorry, yeah, and worse.
And worse, yeah.
Not be perfectly round, but it's not oblate. It's not a spheroid.
I got
it's
you.
more round than
I totally get you. Back to the map example, but even more crude. When you take a map that's rolled up, and someone says, "Go and get that map and unroll it flat." So
explain, literally, to make flat. This is what Nathan's talking about now. The words explain literally means to make flat, and that's what Nathan's doing with this map. I've got a thing. It was one of the first little videos I ever made, was literally this: how to explain.
So you get the map, you unroll it, and you put it on the table, and it curls up at the end. So you get two bits of weight and put them on the end, right? Now, realistically, in the middle of the map, because when you put the weights down, it wasn't stretched flat. It's all rumpled up in the middle. Now, is anybody going to turn...
Why is it rumpled up in the middle? What's that?
And by the way, what he's trying to prove with that example, I don't know.
No.
There is taking control again of the argument.
But it's nonsense, right? It
Flat,
has no relevance. It's a complete non sequitur. It just doesn't make sense in any way.
I think that he is trying to prove again that flat means not flat.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I don't know why it's crumpled up. It's just, it was rolled out, and he's rolled it out and put weights on each end.
Turn around and go, that map's globe-shaped. Like, what? What are you talking about? No, it's...
Who says that?
I think he's saying that he's taken a globe and he's unraveled it and he's laying it flat on a table.
Oh, right.
And then referring to that,
like unrolled
the globe is flat.
Yeah.
Yes, and then like justifying that all the rucks in the paper are, are inconsequential.
When he said unrolled it, I imagined like a poster. You buy a poster from the shop and you're just unrolling it. Yeah, see, I didn't see that. Thank you very much. Sometimes you need to be pointed out these things. Literally, I didn't. I couldn't understand why it was crumpled in the middle.
It's not perfectly flat, but it's flat. That's the best way I can do.
There you go. That's the best way Nathan can describe it.
describe what I wanted to achieve so I could look at it and lay things on it and stuff. Now, the fact that when I put the weights down, it wasn't perfectly stretched flat means that if I lay something on top of it now, I might crease the map. Now, when I then roll it back up and unroll it next time I use it, and that crease is still there, lifting part of it and lowering another part of it.
It's hard to tell, you know. I still think...
Yeah.
Like
he's now saying rolling.
Yeah, you're still conjuring up what you think he means, and it's hard to tell. Could be anything, really.
So I think he said just before that, he said something about it referred to it as a globe or a sphere. It's not that anymore. That's, I think, or I kind of had that feeling just before.
No, I think that he is talking about unrolling a piece of paper, so it is not equal. If you unroll it, it changed shape, so you will have some hump in the middle.
Yeah.
Even if you put the weights on the edges, it would be hump in the middle, because when it was rolled, it changed shape. So you cannot make it flat, let's say, because it changed shape during being rolled. So you cannot make it straight.
Yeah, he made reference to globe or sphere just before that.
Yes, I understand, but still,
that's where I got that from.
Basically, if he used developable and non-developable surfaces to make it a little bit more geometrically clear.
Yes, but still, he's saying, and he's saying this is this explicitly right now, that he's convincing his audience that his flat is not flat. He's talking about that.
Yeah.
And for me, this is sad. Just sad.
Well, I mean, you know, isn't that what we've been dealing with all this time anyway? It's the not that. Always. They want you to take it on as their first principles. Whenever you're conversing with them, you just I'll give them that they can have the not that. I can't. Blame us for pointing it out. Whatever.
Am I going to say it's not rolled out flat? Yeah? That's it. What is it? Being pedantic? That's all we're dealing with. When we deal with someone like Bev over this matter, it's called...
Still talking about me. Can't get me out of the mind.
He linked that with pedantic.
Yeah.
That's where
go back a bit.
That's what they... Yeah, Bev pedantic. That's it.
This is me, and this is how you deal with this argument, is to use these tactics.
That? Yeah? That's it. What is it? Being pedantic? That's all we're dealing with. When we deal with someone like Bev over this matter, it's called being pedantic.
Well, what will happen is that if you start trying to geometrically have an argument, when he says to you, the earth is not flat, or elevation changes exist, and you start trying to talk about anything else but flat as a description, you lose. He's going to have you immediately. Because you will end up having to agree to what he says.
So Ryan's logic is aware, so he got it. That in argumentation, Nathan Oakley is losing immediately when he is trying to use his proofs, quote unquote, proofs for flat earth. Because if you have, this is what I understand what Brian's logic said, that you are using geometrical argument, and in response, Nathan Oakley is saying what he is saying right now, and Brian's logic judges that as a loss. And I would agree with him.
He's contradicting himself, but I mean, if we haven't noticed it already, then, you know, this is Nathan Oakley. He's a flat earther that won't admit that it's not flat. Like most people that you talk to, right? Even The hardcore flat earthers, Dave Weiss. I freely admit it's definitely not flat. They're tied to the brand image, but yeah, you can say it's not flat. It's all right.
Yeah, it's not flat.
But he says, this is where Bev will get you, you know. It doesn't say, you know, this is where you'd have more clarity.
Yeah, this is where your argument,
You know,
where
it's
your
this thing about
non-argument
Bev's
fails.
going to get us, you know. How can we avoid Bev being right or even more correct? Or however you want to describe that. It's going to be hung up on Bev will get you.
Bev will get you.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't
not
get
really.
that.
You want to action.
Everybody's unsubscribed from us anyway. Why do they keep talking about us? Like he told everybody to not bother. Now they're trying to give me praise.
Because you're right.
Say I'm being pedantic.
He's controlled opposition. That's what you are.
It's weird.
That's it.
Yeah. You know, there's groups studying about all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So
Crazy.
where people utilize what should not be utilized as a geometric term, but instead, as you keep reiterating, just a description. I'm just describing how furry it is. Well,
What?
No, this is wrong description. Sorry. Description
Furries?
is...
It's gone to the furries.
Yeah, furrier.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, well, I mean, Nathan's doing it, eh? Furry.
Furry's not a geometric term. Well, the next thing you know, you've been screwed because you've used the word furry.
Yeah, neither is flat.
I'm using furry to reiterate the fact that flat is just a descriptive term, whereas...
What? He's using furry to reiterate the fact that flat is just a descriptive term. That's nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we have descriptions in science, so I would say that that's why if you are arguing with someone, don't use that kind of descriptions. So that's my advice, not to do that anymore, because it is landing in contradiction. And these contradictions are spotted by Brian's logic, and you will land even in something worse than contradiction, as Brian's logic said also, because we can have something worse than contradiction. I cannot imagine what it would be, but it would be horrific.
Probably involve a furry.
Or maybe Jabberwocky, because we have contradiction, and maybe after that something worse would be Jabberwocky. I don't know.
Whereas if you're going to use it as a geometric term, you're going to have your ass handed to you by somebody who knows geometry better than you do. Is that what you're saying? I assume it is, Brian.
Yeah. Yes.
No, like this geometry that they're all going over, it's not as complicated as these guys that are making it. All you really need to understand is that a straight line is exactly that. And then you can build your understanding from there. And you can see that all of these logical implications have real consequences whenever you're dealing with geometry. It's the perfect understanding. And then it's very simple. Once you understand a plane and a straight line, then the rest of geometry will come naturally. Get a compass, a piece of paper, just start messing about. Mathematically, think about the unit, and as you're dealing with it, it is fantastic. What they're trying to do there is trying to make the geometry into an argument. It's not. You can make arguments, but they're just logical statements. If I do this, then this occurs. And you can do that with straight lines and circles on paper. There's a lot you can derive from those sort of thinking, and that thought process will give you actual results that you can verify for yourself. It's like the scientific method that they're missing, and they think it's something that you can use within an argument form. Don't think they actually understand the argument within geometry.
Because you're going to start trying to defend flat as if it's a geometric claim.
Gotcha.
And that's going to make you look stupid, because then you're trying to claim, literally what you would be trying to claim if Bev was there, is that elevation changes don't exist. And they do exist, so you're wrong.
Gotcha. Perfect. That was the conclusion. Unless John's got something to add, which will lead me to say, if there's 70 watching him, somebody...
Okay. 70 people watching him. It's good.
Okay, so
people
I
watching that.
I would say that Brian's logic came to conclusion what we were talking about here for some time, that defending his position by refuting your argument in that way that Nathan Oakley was doing that, Brian's logic said that it looks stupid, and I would agree. So Brian's logic realizes now that Nathan's at least former defense of his position against your argument, geometrical argument, looks stupid. And I entirely agree with that. And seemingly Nathan Oakley also now agrees with that. So it has to be changed, I think.
Right. Well, we're going over. that was just a sideline. What time is it? Wow. I think if we do have people out there that do hear of other people talking about us, nobody lets me know really about any of these things. So a lot of people have said a lot of things about us that obviously have gone out to, I don't know how many people have watched, the lies that have been told about us. So if you do happen to hear any of that, just let us know. Give us a shout of where you've heard it, because they do like to talk a lot of shit about us, to be honest. And I don't know how somehow we've managed to get this tag of being the geometry, really, but I mean, you couldn't get more basic. We do call it advanced simplicity for a reason, because sometimes it seems like it's a little bit more complicated, this sort of stuff. It's not really. You can learn most of it through jokes. Call it reductio ad absurdum. That's how we've. In fact, I've learned more about this sort of stuff through reductio ad absurdum, which is reducing an argument down to an absurdity. And obviously, some absurdities, they're funny. You can't stop laughing about them, really. And how people get themselves into the position where they have to say these absurd things. And they have to say it, because once you know about a model and the model is removed from reality, then it's a dogmatic model that they're forced into. This is where the journey that QE took them. We went on it quite a bit ago, like I say, when QE brought the fallacious modus tollens he called a black swan, fallaciously, into it. We pointed out that his whole argument was rather convoluted, and really he'd be better off just pointing out that the horizon's horizontal, because obviously you can't measure a distance to it, but the one thing that we do know is that the horizon's horizontal. And if people want to know why, you can say that, well, there are tests that can go to show that a water level is what derives the true horizon, is a horizontal, because each side is neither higher nor lower than the other. And that's the way the horizon would work. So you can compare the two, and then you can further that into tests to show that a water level is indeed a horizontal. Geometric tests get a little bit more complicated, but I mean, it's still based upon a straight line. Pretty simple. You can conceive of the geometric test on paper, if you will, gain your proof geometrically for the test, and then all you have to do is implement that test in reality. Pretty simple, and it's based around a core concept of understanding that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Pretty simple. So Brian's logic has done a thing called the tangent paradox. I don't really get that, but we've gone over this before. Let me get this. This is a video we did over a year ago, but this is a recording that I saved from even before that. And clipped it because, oh man, this was beautiful. Blue Marble Science invited Rumpus over, probably one of the last times that Rumpus was allowed to do a demonstration or a presentation. But this was a beauty. This is the 5 laws of globe science, but I mean, it's revolving around the twin tangent conundrum of FE dogma. The FE dogma set them this thing, and Brian's realizing a Euclidean principle of perpendicularity. He's not even got round to book 3 and proposition 16 yet. He will have to get round to that, but this is based upon Rumpus's understanding, and well, obviously he's not Page. He's never gone and looked over Page's proof, the understanding that verticals are perpendicular to horizontal. Very simple statements based around these early geometric facts. So Brian's done this video, and this is just something that we will go over. Blue Askin's asking, Blue Marble Science. I think I talk about it in this. He's a YouTuber who hosts dogmatic globe proponents, and you just have a look at his channel. You'll find all about what the science of the blue marble's all about. Anyway, so I'll play this. Play the beginning. We might have to skip through a few bits because I didn't think it'd take that long to go over that first bit. All right. Oh,
So
it was a live one.
What's been defined? I know how war throws, and I know what level shows, and you'll be wasting your time trying to change what's been defined.
Horizon means the line where the sky meets the earth. Yeah, that's the definition I'm going by.
All
And I'm
horizontals are
saying,
parallel to the. And we are live. Welcome everyone. Today, don't know how long ago on about this. a lot of videos, but this one's a little bit more technical. He's got one here called Bev's Blackpool Tower Globe Proof. I haven't got a Blackpool Tower Globe Proof, but he likes to make these sort of videos. Now, thus spoke Bev versus photographic evidence. Bev needs to try thinking. So this is over a year ago. And he did a video, was Hanford LIGO built on a flat earth or globe? He still can't decide where it was built. It was just built in reality at Livingston. I don't know why it makes any difference. It was built, and certain building procedures. So when he made this video, in it, he placed a tangent, two tangents on one line, and I pointed it out to him. Where's he gone? So this is me going over a video. Oh, where did I put it? That he FE Dogma's done at the beginning, and then we get round to Rumpus and the globe. But this is what it's all based upon, is this understanding, the geometric understanding of the tangent.
About a year ago.
Here we go. It's called Bev's twin tangent paradox claim. So just to catch you up, I'll let FE Dogma do this, and I don't know whether you guys have done it, but this will become more apparent in a few minutes when we got to go over it again.
So I uploaded this video asking the question, was Hanford LIGO built on a flat earth or globe? So I used 5 top of slab elevations for each arm, which I got from the LIGO blueprints. And then I compared these elevations to both the flat earth and the globe model of a level line. Now, from a surveyor's point of view, a level line of equal elevation on a flat earth would be one and the same as a horizontal line, and on course on the globe, that...
So, what he's just said there is, from a surveyor's point of view, level would change. That's like, really, in reality, this guy thinks from a surveyor's point of view, level will change. Right, so he's not joking either. This is me talking now, not from back then. Obviously, this is a guy called Flat Earth Dogma. You know, like Flat Earth Math. Well, this guy's called Flat Earth Dogma, and they all have a role. And some of these just push dogma, and there's nothing else to it. They literally, that's all they've got, and that's all they ever need, is this dogma that they have to push. And this guy, obviously, he's the specialist. He's called himself Flat Earth Dogma. And is he pushing the dogma? Brian's Logic, if you want to get involved with, because I think there's a very few guys that have stuck with us in order to obfuscate obvious, simple geometric principles. And this is one of the guys. Like you've just heard him say, from a surveyor's point of view, there's 2 different levels. Have a look into that. There isn't. Bear that in mind.
Level line would curve down from the horizontal line. And with those definitions of a level line, I showed that the beam slab would be a curved line on a flat earth and a straight line on the globe earth.
So he's shown that on a flat earth, the straight line would be a curve. Yeah, so here we go.
Now, 6 days ago, I got this message from Bev on that video. You have 2 tangent points on the same arm.
Look, there's one comment that said, you have 2 tangent points on the same arm. That's it. That comment is it. And so starved of attention is flat earth dogma. Well,
I started my reply with, "This is a comment out of the blue." But I added, hopefully by now you understand that those topic grade elevations for the beam arm slab form a curved line with your definition of a level line. But yes.
So, I think I'm going to say how fucking ridiculous it is, right? But in the context of what we've been over just recently with Veritasium and this understanding of how people conceive of the plane, right? And what a model afflicted person would have in their mind for a plane would be this, right? But it's some sort of a reversal, because he just said that me, have a different understanding of a level line. By my description of a level line, it would curve. Well, I don't think that. But something in this guy's mind has slipped, right? Where he imagines that I think a level line curves. It's some sort of a strange reversal of what's going on. And remember, my comment was, you do realize you've got 2 tangent points on one arm there, right? On a straight line. 2 tangent points.
There are 2 tangent points at 2 different elevations, but I only use a single tangent point for each arm.
So he says here, look, yes, there are 2 tangent points at 2 different elevations. Right, so again, the guy in his reply to me saying, you have 2 tangent points on one arm, admits, yes, there are 2 tangent points on the. So this is what Brian's logic has got to come about. If he's going to say tangent paradox, he needs to understand about this and how the globe mind works. But I only use a single tangent point for each arm. Okay, so he does have 2 tangents. It'll become apparent whenever you see this in a minute about his twin tangent paradox. Conundrum. Sorry, it's not a paradox.
Now, a little later, I found out that when I was sound asleep on my side of the globe in Asia, my video was actually the center of a multi-day debate, and this also included blue.
It wasn't a debate. There's no debate about the twin tangent conundrum. Only one of the things that need solving. It's a really tough puzzle to solve, and you'll see.
Marble science and Ruhif standing up for the globe.
Blue marble science.
A few days later, I got a message from Mike Jones. Did you hear Blue Marble taking a beating trying to defend your twin tangent paradox today, little buddy? Well, sorry, Mike. I know you probably want to play bait, but I am not your little buddy. But more interesting is, why do you think 2 lines, each having 1 tangent point at a different elevation, is a paradox? He was stuttering all over the place, trying to help obfuscate away the fact that this video claims 2 tangent points on a single straight line. You realize how stupid that is, right? Well, yes, that would be stupid.
Shout out Mike Jones. See it, and he does say it would be stupid. Yeah, I'm going to do a double shout out. Shout out Mike Jones again. It's like a paid promotion.
Out on me.
That would be stupid, but I do not claim that a single straight line is tangent at 2 different points.
Right? He doesn't claim that a single straight line is tangent at 2 points. Remember that, because this is FE dogma. And he's telling everybody he doesn't claim that, even though he did say, yes, there were 2 tangent points.
Now this is the graphic that I use for that arm. So Mike, where did I claim this arm has 2 tangent points?
He
corner.
did that quick, didn't he? Yeah.
And the end.
Here, it's here at the corner station. Here and here. Here and here at the corner point, right? It's dead easy to say. I'm pretty sure we've been over this many times before. You can't see it.
It has 2 tangent points. So here's a question for Bev or any one of his followers. Can you please provide a timestamp in my video where I have a drawing or where I say the northwest arm is tangent to the 578.33 foot elevation at the corner station? Yes, the southwest arm is tangent to the 533.7.
Here, at the corner, he's turned this around. It was over, the corner was over here before when the tangent was here. Now he's moved it over to this side. This is the other arm, and there is a tangent here. So that's at the corner at the other end of this arm. That's a straight line. It's got 2 tangents on this one arm. You can't see it.
An 8-foot level line at the corner station, but not the northwest arm. Here's something you guys might want to think about. So line BC is tangent to the circle at point B. And line AB is perpendicular to line BC at point B. Do you really think this means that line AB is also tangent to the circle at point B?
Hey, look, he's put it side on, hasn't he? Like, what sort of mind tricks is he playing on himself here? This is me, I paused it. Because look at that. If that isn't like an attempt at geometric sophistry, then what is? If that's LIGO, circle's just on the side, isn't it? Is that what he really thinks? Madness. Sophistry, geometric sophistry. He's got a tangent at A. What is that? Or was that in the thing? I can't tell whether it's in the video or not. No, like when we go through this, imagine this is LIGO. He had a tangent at point A and then a tangent at point B. He does. That's how he does it. That's why I said you've got 2 tangent points on the same straight line. It's a conundrum. How do you solve it? You can't. It's an impossibility. But what he's done is to say, well, you can draw a circle on the side. That doesn't put a tangent point at A. It just puts a tangent point at B, but it's a sideways circle. It means nothing. I'll explain it in a minute. It'll come. It'll all come together.
There's breaking news. Now, earlier today, I left this comment on Bev's latest upload. Yes, there is a tangent point at A and B.
Yes, there is a tangent point at A and B. Like, so... paused it now again. Like, can you imagine what it's like discussing things with people who are just, I don't know, you'd have to say deluded. I point out that he's got 2 tangent points and he agrees that yes, he has got 2 tangent points, but somehow he's arguing about something. I don't understand what he's saying. It's crazy. He says it.
Can anyone please give a timestamp on my LIGO video when I say that line AB is tangent to the 533.78 foot elevation at point B? I'll wait. Now, a few minutes ago, I noticed that.
It's mad. So he says that, and here's my comment again.
Have replied, and there you go. There's a tangent at both A and B. AB is a straight line, and there's a tangent point at both A and B. Finally, we get some honest talking. We all know that's impossible, right? Well, unless you have two different circles. Thanks for being honest about this. So I replied.
Right, so did you hear that? That's my initial comment right back to him. Yes, there are two, and he's admitted it. Some honest talking, and you do realise it's impossible, geometrically impossible, unless you have two circles and completely think of those two circles independently. Because once you think of a different circle, then the first one stops being a tangent because it's a different circle. So there's a massive mind game that has to be played in the conceptualization of this, which obviously I understand. I don't know whether everybody else is quite on the same page just yet of where you have to put your mind to conceptualize what F.E. Dogma is going on about, because it's literally nonsense. Totally contradictory in everything he says. His mind must be a mess. But, you know, these are the people who have been given authority within this framework of this, I don't know, mess of a life we're in.
You're welcome. But there are two different circles. One based on the 529.63 foot elevation at the end station, and the other based on the 533.78 foot elevation at the corner station. So it looks as though you agree with me. Line AB is not.
So I agree with him. So he just said there's just two different circles. Sophistry from F.E. Dogma.
3.78 foot elevation at
globe specialist. I don't know, it must be hard listening to this. But he's just contradicted himself. He thinks a tangent's to an elevation.
Yes, and we live on two different circles. Just gibberish from.
Yeah, but this is F.E. Dogma, and F.E. Dogma set this conundrum for them by giving them a challenge to solve. How do you have a straight line with two tangent points on it? It's a tricky one for anybody to solve. Go on, sorry.
Also, I just wanted to kind of put it out there. I wonder if F.E. Dogma is aware that the interferometer is supposed to be on the same plane.
Well, it's obvious that it has to be on the same plane because it's a perpendicular arms. But I mean I don't know. Go on, sorry.
It's the one beam of light split into at a right angle at the beam splitter. So how can it be at two different elevations on one arm and another? It doesn't make any sense. I don't know if he's ever addressed that or not. It
doesn't really get past the fact that you've got a straight line and it goes from A to B. That's a straight line, AB. He's got a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. That's impossible, but hey. Because we have to put here that whenever we're talking, people hear tangent and they think line, but it's not. It's a tangent point. And the tangent point can generate a line. That line would be perpendicular to the radius at the point it touches, but that's called a tangent point. Now, obviously, if you generate a line at the tangent point, you can't put another tangent on that line. There's no way you can put another tangent point on that line, but FE dogma has set a conundrum that there are 2 tangent points on this one straight line at LIGO. It's tough, isn't it? I mean, like, it's virtually an impossible, well, it is, and it's an impossible geometric task that FE dogma has set for the Blue Marble scientists. Which I'm paused it again. This is why I love this so much, and this is one of the best conversations that you could ever have. Now, this isn't entry level, but this is somebody who imagines that they did a bit of mathematics, right? Because it's conceptually understandable from the core. But you need to have a little bit of understanding of geometry to even attempt this one, I think. And it's probably better to have a compass and a copy of Euclid to be able to help you on longer with it. But you can prove that it's an impossibility to do what FE dogma's done, which I think is brilliant, because it shows you that the dogma has to be accepted. They have to have it. So shout out to Brian. He's on the journey. You should check out the twin tangent conundrum, because we did a lot of work taking them from Lake Pontchartrain over to LIGO. It's just a little bit down the road. Livingston, Pontchartrain Bridge to Livingston, LIGO.
Have you ever presented any Euclid stuff, like in a way of teaching on your stream at all?
Yeah, we did go over a bit of Euclid and logic and all of that. I've got it planned for the future. This has all just been me trying to work out who I am and where we fit. So yeah, I think it's all to come. We've never really, outside of this Discord, it's never really been talked of what we're actually trying to achieve here. It's just basically it's a community where people come and discuss things, but it's a little bit more than that, because there's a lot of learning, right? I think just about everybody in this entire server would probably say that the most learning that they've done has happened after school age, and the majority of that would be in the years where we get chance to talk and discuss these sort of things. Now, that learning is what this entire thing's about. I did actually, do surveying at school, but I went into teaching because I thought that was, that's what sort of what I wanted to do. But going through the teaching thing, learned that it wasn't what I thought it was, right? It was changing, and it was obvious that you weren't allowed to actually teach. You were under strict guidelines that I don't think I could, well, obviously I couldn't do that, so I decided to move out of that. But it's still sort of the thing, right? There's methods in teaching, and I think learning is the best way, really. Trying to express something is the best way to learn and be taught, because every comment back is that's how it goes. But this twin tangent, obviously, because we start talking about these things, I don't want to say that we have a lot of influence around here, but the topics of conversation has got really stale. So these new points that we bring up, that we just point out, right? This is where we're at. Twin tangent paradox develops into rumpus and blue. But at the core, this is what you've got to keep in the back of your mind. There's 2 tangents on one line, and they've related it to LIGO, which is the straightest line in the universe. But I mean, this is how Einsteins are made. solve a paradox or a puzzle like this, you get you go into the Hall of Fame for the blue marble scientists, and F.E. Dogma is attempting to do it by saying something to do with elevation changes. Now it'll come a bit more apparent in a bit, but yeah, this is where we're at.
Well, I really doubt if he's going to be in agreement with me. But Bev, why don't you try Googling surveying horizontal and level lines? And here's just a few of the results when you click images. So why don't these diagrams match your definition of a level line? And why do they match my graphic that I use for my LIGO video? So Bev, here is something to think about. We know that the concrete slab for the LIGO beam arm is a straight line. We also know that when we use your definition of a level line, the elevation for those beam arms form a curved line. Now,
No. In my definition of level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. It doesn't curve. So how could you use my definition to get a curve? You're mad. And I'll say it again. That guy has got something wrong with him. Look at it. That's what he imagines. When I say level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, that's what he imagines I'm saying. It's got a curved line wrote on it. It's mad. People just making up shit. Just because they've got an exploded logical system and they don't even know how to reason anything geometrically. Geometric ignorance, I'd call it. But yeah, I don't have a curved line being level. I don't, and I'm not a flat earther. So again, this is an old video, but he should know.
What are the odds that I could take metabunk Earth curvature calculations, apply them to the globe definition of a level line, and come up with elevations that are within a fraction of an inch of the given elevations of those LIGO beam arms?
He wants to use metabunk to curve a level line. The guy wants to use a calculator made by Jesse Kozlowski. Walter Bislin. Yeah, it is Walter Bislin, isn't it? Or Metabunk. What was he called? Mick West. He made that calculator. And it's only to calculate how much curve you would have to put in a level line to appease a blue marble scientist. Geometrically. Like that as a definition. That's what I've always gone along with. So I don't think people bother trying to talk to us about these calculators. Because even the concept of them is absolutely fucking ridiculous. What are you calculating? What is it?
For me, this is just more evidence supporting the fact that we live on a globe. And finally, if you are going to continue with this twin tangent paradox, can you or one of your followers please provide a timestamp where I make the claim or have a drawing that shows that the northwest arm is tangent to the elevation at the corner station?
I'll just go back. Here. It says, yes, there is a tangent point at A and B. That's it. There's two tangents on the line AB. Two. You say it yourself. So that's exactly where there are two tangent points.
Yes, but he is asking question
It's a timestamp.
where
349 FE Dogma. Blue
yes,
Marble
but
Scientist Extraordinaire. Right, so
his
you
question
remember
now.
that?
Yes,
FE
but
Dogma,
his question.
the Blue Marble Scientist, the guy laying down the dogma that these guys must follow, has put two tangents, one at A and one at B, at LIGO. The straight line. This the straightest thing in the universe, stated by many a Blue Marble Scientist. Right, okay, now change screens. Now we're going to go to, you guys got that? Yeah, you. Now, this is a bit of a video that I've had saved for quite a bit. And it was it's a thing over at the Blue Marble Scientific Community, Blue Marble Science Discord. And this is where Blue Marble Science and Rumpus decided that it was getting a bit out of hand. FE Dogma was, you know, struggling a little bit with that twin tangent paradox conundrum that everybody else had set. And everybody was having a go at trying to solve how to solve the twin tangent conundrum. Where's Wally? You might have seen it in the Model Affliction Monday thumbnail. He decided to use toothpicks, and he had toothpick tangents in order to prop up a set square on a ball that he'd made. That was Wally. Let me see if I can find some of these. This might end up going quite late, this one tonight. Some pictures. 'Cause this is crazy. Of... I think I had it in here. Right, so let me get the... Oh, let's see, there's one. Oh. Starcodder's doing it there. See, this one is the a globe hypothesis, and there's the equipotential angle of adjustment. He's got this radius here, and the tangent at the corner point. Concrete slab equals horizontal line, tangent at end station here. The end station, that's this black line along here. And then this one here says horizontal line, tangent at corner station. That's this one, the dotted one. So this line here, from here to here, has one tangent here. A concrete slab equals horizontal line, tangent at end station. And this one here says horizontal line, tangent at corner station. So here, tangent point, and here, tangent point. Two tangent points on one line. And as we all know, like George taught us, what do you call an angle between a horizontal and a horizontal? Anyone know? Come on, somebody must know this.
Equipotential angle of adjustment.
There you go. See, Paper's been researching. George Sack taught us that one.
God rest
and it's
his soul.
there. FE Dogma's just drawn it for us, where he was showing us the two tangent points. I do have other pictures of that. He's made the video. You can see it yourself. He did say there was an angle, a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. And even this one here, this is taken from his video. shows that there is an angle there in between two horizontals. This horizontal, he's even labelled it horizontal, and this one is labelled horizontal. So this is all totally globe, right? This only happens on a globe. It doesn't happen in reality. Just this is total globe. Okay. Remember that. Because this next bit's going to be good. Brian, if you are listening, then this is for you, right? This is the tangent. The tangent that they have to talk about. It's, you know, it's Euclidean. And I don't know whether, you know, the guys will enjoy this geometric stuff, but imagination. He's got two different tangent points. So that's where we're at. Now, so the geometric reducto ad absurdum. Okay, you good with that, you guys? And I don't think I can up the quality of this because it was recorded. So this is an old video. This is you can see amazing. Here at the minute. There's Blue Marble Science that led to this. Farmer's Boy, and the Rumpus. Three amigos. Rumpus and Farmer's Boy ran away from us when we went to meet them at the. Well, we didn't go to meet them. We were there at Bedford, and then they turned up, and they ran away. So this is Rumpus and what I've titled the 5 laws of globe and horizontal paradox or horizontal. I don't know how Rumpus deals with it. Now, please, if anybody wants to go over anything, stop me at any time. But just remember, this isn't for normal people, right? This is only for the globe, the Blue Marble scientists. These are their laws that they have to stick by. Rumpus is, you know, laying down the rules for the globe guys. So please remember, right? This doesn't apply to reality. It's just Rumpus and the globe, right? Only the globe guys have to deal with this.
So there's just a few very simple points to understand about the globe. One, the Earth
he's typing
in the globe model obviously is a spheroid. Okay, so that's number one.
That's number one. You're following? These are the 5 laws of globe as laid down by Rumpus. He's doing it in presentation at Blue Marble Science.
Would that be would that first one be globe? Globe is a sphere.
The Earth is a globe and the globe is spherical.
Okay, all right, thank you.
On the globe model, right? He did specifically say that. I'll go let him say it again. Listen to how specific he is, that when we're talking about the Earth as a globe, we're talking about the globe model Earth as a globe, right? Separate it from Earth that you imagine and just the globe model. So here we go. Listen to it.
Just a few very simple points to understand about the globe. One, the Earth in the globe model, obviously.
In the globe model, obviously, right? So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the Earth in the globe model, obviously.
Is a spheroid. Okay,
it's a spheroid.
Down is towards the center of the Earth.
Down is towards the center of the Earth. Yeah? You're all on board with this so far? Rumpus?
Fundamental form. Or the fundamental concept.
Center of the sphere of the globe model.
From the center of the Earth. Now, with just these 3 concepts.
See that? Elevation is the fundamental concept of the distance from the center of the Earth. fundamental concept elevation. Remember, it's only on the globe model because in reality, it's just a measured height on a vertical datum elevation.
We can almost deal, I think, with all of the points that is troubling Bev at the moment. And straight lines are straight, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose that was straight lines are straight. There's another one we can do that. Straight lines are straight.
This is good.
And curved lines are not.
Yes, and yes, indeed, and good one. Yeah,
there he is. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Blue. So Blue, as you can hear there, Blue Marble Science is also being involved in this. He's just added a part there within the number 4, straight after straight lines are straight and curved lines are not. So there is a difference between a straight line and a curved line.
Curved lines or not. And I think just with that, I don't think anything need more, but any more curved lines or not. And I think just with those 4 premises, which I don't think Bev understands, 2 and 3.
4's not good enough.
And that causes him all sorts of problems. So let's just deal with this. Right. So if we have right. So let me just get the center. Let me get the center of this.
You need to fit.
I just need to.
Tiny Captain's joined.
Get the center of this thing for various reasons.
It needs the center of the circle.
Right. So, and let's draw. Oh yes, actually, I suppose the other thing I should have added here is horizontal is a tangent to the yeah.
I'm sorry. What was that? Horizontal.
Did you
think that was Farmer's Boy? Do you want to hear it again? I don't think you don't get to hear Farmer's Boy that much, but that was Farmer's Boy there, so get to listen to him again.
Is a
having his input
to the yeah.
I'm sorry. What was that? Horizontal.
Yep, that was Farmer's Boy.
Did you see Bev talking to Bev yesterday or the day before in their interaction where Bev to a surface, conceptual surface as defined and the other thing I want to mention, there was something else I wanted to say. Horizontal tangent.
I got a lot of stuff out there
about horizontals. I forgot what the other point was now.
It was all meaningless.
It'll come.
It will come. Yeah, okay. Something else I want to add to that. But
see, they're calming him down, relaxing him. It'll come, Rumpus. Don't worry about it. Calm down. No pressure. It's only the 5 rules of globe.
Oh, yes, that's right. And of course, is perpendicular to vertical. So I think
horizontal's a tangent. You do realise that when he says that, he doesn't mean a line, because that's impossible. He's talking about horizontal being a tangent point, not a line. So when he says it's perpendicular, that's a lie, or geometric ignorance, one or the other. I don't know which one. Shout out Brian, take note of that for her, because they're talking about geometry or they're not talking about geometry, one or the other. I suppose you might go in with what we've heard today with the flat. It's not geometric, so you might be able to go along with this somehow. We'll see. But this we're just talking about on the globe model anyway, so I thought I'd just point that out.
That's definitely, but you probably could do without one of those. I've actually overdone it, really. Right, so let's just deal with it. So let's taking this concept here, So here is our Earth. Now
Yeah,
we're going to call this.
For no reason.
I've used a perfect sphere here, but actually we all know that the Earth is slightly oblate. But we're not going to worry about that because I think actually S.E. Montreal made the point the other day that non verticals don't all go to the centre of the Earth, and I think he was I don't know whether he was aware of the oblate nature of the Earth, but that's the reason that the point is. But anyway, so we'll pretend for the moment.
Did you hear that? I mean, I know it's Rumpus, and I know the way he's talking there. But did you hear exactly what he did? Because I don't know whether you're aware of that, and you may have missed it. It's called.
Robert, it is still the stream.
All right, you there, Rob? Yeah. Who are you talking to?
On.
We're listening to Rumpus going over the 5 laws of globe, but it's me going over Rumpus going over the 5 laws of globe. Because the Veritasium thing that we really watched the other day brings into question this concept of what you imagine this to be. This is a conceptualization of a plane that you're talking about here. And I think what they're talking about too. Rumpus is finding hard to say it, but out of necessity, that's what Rumpus has made this to deal with the twin tangent, but not the twin tangent. It's the geometric reasoning that has to occur in the mind of the dogmatic model believer, and it's being dictated to by these people. I mean, everybody knows how Rumpus is how vital Rumpus is to this concept of globe, because this is what you've got to do. You want to know about how the model works geometrically. This is literally what they're doing, and these are the top people. This is the best of the best of the best. Look at them. Can't come and talk or anything. It's embarrassing. Sleight of hand, trickery, sophistry, magic. Do you want me to point you back through it? Down is towards the center of the Earth as determined by gravity, and horizontal is a tangent to a conceptual surface by the radius, and is perpendicular to vertical. But they're in his rules. Listen to this.
So I think that's definitely, but you probably could do without one of those. I've actually overdone it, really. Right, so let's just deal with it. So let's taking this concept here. So here is our Earth. Now we're going to call this. I've used a perfect sphere here, but actually we all know that the Earth is.
It's not a sphere. That's a circle.
Slightly oblate.
Definitely not a sphere.
Right. Okay. So Rumpus got that one wrong. Maybe he's tricking you. Maybe he wants you to think it's a sphere, but it's not. It's just a circle.
That, because I think actually S.E. Montreal made the point the other
S.E. Montreal made the point. What point did S.E. Montreal make?
Day that non verticals don't all go to the centre of the Earth, and I think
so. The verticals don't go to the centre of the Earth on the globe model, right?
He was. I don't know whether he was aware of the oblate nature of the Earth, but that's the reason that the point is. But anyway, so we're pretending.
So on their model, when it's oblate, verticals don't go to the center. Yet in his rules, he's laid out that they do. So he's told you right at the beginning, he's breaking his own rules. That's Rumpus's. And whether you can, I don't know. Whether you're allowed to break the rules like Rumpus does, with a slight trickery, by saying SE pointed out that the verticals on your model don't actually go to the centre. And he's like, well, yeah, all right. I'll write it into my 5 fundamental rules of the globe, though, for everybody else to follow. But that's okay. Forget about it. Pretend Rumpus didn't just say that he's breaking his own rules. And let's go back to it being a circle, not I point out he's only breaking his own rules because he's going over the fact that it's Euclidean, right? Obviously, he's not talking about Euclidean. So he's breaking the Euclidean rules of geometry, but he's playing by different rules now, obviously. Not a sphere.
For the moment, as a good approximation, the Earth is a perfect sphere. So that's point number 1 done here. Now, point number 2,
that's a circle,
down is towards the
sphere.
centre of the Earth. So if I take a point, so let's suppose I have a point here. Where's down? Well, that's going to be towards the centre of the Earth, isn't it? So there's down towards there. Okay.
A definitional down. Blue marble scientific methods. He's just drawn a circle. Defined down as to the centre. Now we can draw an angled line and call it down. Even though if it was an oblate spheroid, it wouldn't go to the centre. Forget about it.
And right, and now we know from the other rule I've got there, the what horizontal is, number 4, from the perpendicular to a vertical, it is perpendicular to that. So let's generate a perpendicular to that. So there we have a perpendicular to that. So if this is a vertical,
it's writing it now.
This must be a horizontal.
Therefore.
But notice it's at this point here only. Only at this point, we call that point A.
See, at that point only.
So this is not horizontal line, the only horizontal point, which is the same as vertical point.
He's doing another magic trick. He's showing you something. You have to be very careful with these guys whenever they do this. Don't be fooled by the visuals. Make sure you listen to what he says. And he's just said again, like I said before, that horizontal is just a point now. Although he does choose to depict it as a straight line and write horizontal on the straight line, even though he just means this point on the vertical line that he's defined as being down.
This horizontal that I've drawn, this horizontal line, is only horizontal at point A. Make sure you all understand that's point A. So,
look.
So we've already.
So he shouldn't draw this horizontal line at all. It is completely redundant here. He shouldn't.
But you have to because you have to though, because you can't have perpendicular without lines.
Yeah, the magic trick won't work if you don't draw the horizontal line.
Yep, you can't do a perpendicular point.
Don't forget, this is the 5 rules of the globe by Rumpus and Blue Marble Science. Blue Marble Science is there. Who have we got? Blue Marble Science, Farmer's Boy. I don't know. Hoymar, Judy, the Rumpus, and Tiny Captain. One other that I don't know. So Rumpus is saying this, and nobody's saying, but surely Rumpus, horizontal's a straight line, isn't it? Nope. Rumpus is just reduced horizontal to that point A right there.
Oh, you bastard. So the key point is that it's only at point A that I've drawn this horizontal plane here, or horizontal line in actual fact. But
he's called it a line and a plane, but he's just told you it's only a point.
So it could be one of 3 things. It could be a 2D plane, a 1D line, or a 0D
point.
That which has no parts point. And which one is he claiming it is? The C.
Shay,
point.
Which one is he telling the globers? They're their rules, not ours, not mine. It sounds fucking ridiculous to me. I'd never draw a vertical with a slope on it like that. But this is the rules for the globe. So
it is only point. Only point. He's talking about point.
Well, I mean,
No matter
he did
what
say
he's
point.
drawing.
Yeah. Yeah, but for the geometrically illiterate blue marble scientist, Rumpus is telling them it can be all three. So they're going to be really confused unless they get it sorted with Rumpus, which one of those it actually is. Law of identity's absolutely messed up here. He's telling them all sorts of stupid stuff.
And another thing I think Bev has problems with, he has difficulty for some reason understanding. We're looking at a section, obviously, through the Earth as a sphere. I could draw this as a 3D sphere and then chop a,
He could draw it as a 3D sphere. It's a circle.
But he didn't draw it as a 3D sphere.
It's always been a circle. He thinks I have a problem with it.
Chop a slice through it and then say, here you go, there's this. But we'll just go straight to the 2D slice through the Earth because it's got all the geometry we need to deal with.
It's got all of the geometry we need to deal with here. All of the geometry. It's there. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't think he does either.
So, this horizontal, notice it's also a tangent because, of course, at this point where it intersects with the surface of the Earth,
tangent
by definition, that is perpendicular to a radial. So this vertical is also a radial.
Being a point on the outside of a circle, it's a tangent point. No need to make it any fancier than that.
It's important to understand. In other words, it's a radius. It's a radial line going out from the center to the surface of the Earth. That makes it a vertical, and it's also a radial, which means that this perpendicular line is also a tangent, because a tangent at the surface here. Look at that very closely. There. Let's make.
Can you see that?
Old trick.
It's not a tangent point, is it?
Nope.
It's like right inside. The black line is inside the blue line.
Yes, seemingly they are straight. All are straight. So this is old trick by Rumpus and Red's rhetoric. So.
Well, I would just point out that you can see blue on this side. Therefore, this line here may be a little bit picky, but it's cutting the circle, not a tangent.
It's not picky, I don't think. But
No.
some people will say you're being pedantic and picky, but it's not. It's not a tangent, and it's certainly not a point.
That different color, in fact. Right. Okay.
It's made it
so
green
that,
now.
by definition, the tangent has got to be.
By definition, it touches the circle at one point and one point only, not cutting through it. It will become a secant.
This is a locally large point.
Even his arrow isn't pointing at it. It's pointing past the green line to the bit of the blue. Terrible. But geometrically
90 degrees
illiterate.
to a normal coming out of there, and it will meet the surface at 90 degrees. It'd be the perpendicular. The radial would be at 90 degrees to the tangent by definition. So that means, right, and we also, that's how a horizontal is defined. So we've got, this is horizontal, which is also equal.
That's how he defined a horizontal, yet he just made it to a point. You can't have a perpendicular at a point. Horizontal is a tangent to a conceptual surface as defined by a radius and is perpendicular to vertical. Impossible. But Rumpus doesn't know that.
To a tangent. Right, okay, so we've got some basic concepts sorted out here. So what's the elevation of this point A? Well, this
Can I just
is
ask
the
a
length
question
of the radius.
real
That's
quick?
the radius of the...
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so just on that number 4 again. Horizontal is a tangent to a conceptual surface. Can you have a tangent to a conceptual surface?
Well, you need a circle, don't you? A tangent is a point on a curved line where you have the point where the straight line would only touch it at one point and one point only.
I would say it is needed, this conceptual surface, not real surface, but only conceptual, because otherwise he could not defend twin tangent.
Yeah.
Because these circles are only conceptual. On real, if it were real Earth, he couldn't do that. But if it is conceptual, he can make another conceptual surface. So no problem.
That's an interesting point, Paper. I never really thought about it that way. So what you're saying is it has to be conceptual because in reality it would never work.
Will never work, and FE dogma position is undefendable.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hey, this may sound extravagant, but Rumpus may have a plan.
Okay. We'll have to see how that works out. All right, good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Earth. Now, normally, obviously, when we're dealing with elevations, we're talking about them on maps and things. We talk about them being relevant to mean sea level, but that's only because it'd be incredibly awkward to say your elevation is, 630, because this radius is 6,391 kilometers or whatever it is, and also, of course, because of the oblate nature of the Earth, you have to use the water. You have to do it really. It's much more sensible to do it to mean sea level because of the oblate nature. But you can fundamentally think conceptually, the elevation is relevant to the center of the Earth.
Did anybody get that? Because that was a typical Rumpusism, where he just sort of states a load of stuff that's nonsense. It doesn't really mean anything, and he backtracks on what he's talking about. He says conceptually you can think of it to the center of the Earth, although it's not. It's to sea level. Go over it again, because you'll be confused by a lot of people that say this sort of stuff.
The elevation of this point A, well, this is the length of the radius. That's the radius of the Earth. Now, normally, obviously, when we're dealing with elevations, we're talking about them on maps and things. We talk about them being relevant to mean sea level, but that's only because it'd be incredibly awkward to say your elevation is, 630, because this radius is 6,391 kilometers or whatever it is, and also, of course, because of the oblate nature of the Earth, you have to use the water. You have to do it really. It's much more sensible to do it to mean sea level because of the oblate nature. But you can fundamentally.
Because of the oblate nature, Rumpus says. Because I think whenever you're doing elevations and you reference it to mean sea level, that would be ridiculous if you were using the radius. Because that wouldn't make any sense. That's why they don't use to the center. Because they can't measure it. They measure a 0 point, a mean, on the sea level, because the sea level goes up and down, and they can average that out and get a mean from it. That's why they use the sea level. Just reference it to that one point. They don't then reference that point to the center of the Earth at all. No fucker does that. In reality, of course, right? The Rumpus is saying on what he imagines occurs on his model. When in reality there is no reference to the mean sea level to the center of whatever Rumpus imagines. They don't do it. Rumpus does whenever he draws a circle, though. It's dead easy to reference it to the center of the circle when you draw a circle and then draw a radius. But that's not what happens in reality.
Fundamentally think conceptually the elevation is relevant to the center of the Earth. So the elevation of point A is the radius of the Earth. Right, that's a point A. Oh, but what is the elevation of a point here? Let's just go to a random point here, B. What would be the elevation of that, do you think?
Yeah.
Well, I'll just make sure we've got the exact point we're talking about. So let's pick on a random point here. Give it that little arrow. And say, what is the elevation of that point? Right, okay. So, I'm not going to insult. Well, I don't know if people want to, before I tell people, do you want to, perhaps Farmers or Blue want to say what the elevation, how it's going to compare with the elevation at A?
It will be larger.
Indeed, indeed. So of course we can determine that by saying,
be larger. On the globe model, the elevation along a horizontal line would be larger, says Rumpus. Blue Marbles stood up for him as well. It's like he's doing a test. It's a good job, Blue Marbles, there to answer these questions for Rumpus, isn't it?
Right. What's the there's the length of the line there. Right, so that's the elevation because it's the distance of B. And let's compare that with what we had. So we can just check how big it is by just doing a comparison. I'll just duplicate and you can see here that if we compare the two, yes, point B, although it's on the same horizontal as A, it's got a different elevation.
How about that?
Ooh. How about that? Look at that. Woo, like a magic trick. It's different length. Who'd have thunk it? We call this one the hypotenuse, this one. It's always the longest side. And it's always opposite the largest angle. And with this triangle here would be a right angle triangle. So this would be 90 degrees. And then this side here would be the hypotenuse, longest side. Woo, it's longer. Amazing. It's like they were discovering geometry. This side of the triangle is longer than this side of the triangle.
Amazing.
It's amazing.
Oh.
They love it.
But it's still horizontal with respect to A. But if you wanted to take that point by itself, it's actually got a different elevation to A. And what's more, we can then do this other thing which causes incredible confusion.
It won't really cause confusion. Not for us anyway. But, I mean, this is good, isn't it? Right? You've got a horizontal line by Rumpus's rules. He's laid them down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's now got a horizontal with different elevations on it. Fantastic. And Wally's in the chat there talking about... He's always on about Wally. Yeah, Wally's talking about his toothpick tangents. I've already talked about them, Wally. Thanks a lot, though, for pointing out, yeah. We did mention Wally's toothpick tangents solve this problem. He didn't go to half as much trouble as FE Dogma or Rumpus and Blue. Watch this, because this is teamwork now.
We can say, what is the tangent? Because this point B defines a new position, a new radius, in effect, a new distance from the centre of the Earth, we can say that it's got its own tangent. Now, this is where this confusion about multiple tangents comes from. And this is what FE Dogma was basically doing in his diagram.
Mm-hmm.
So the tangent, you can argue...
This is what FE Dogma was doing in his diagram.
For this point. Because we know it's a radius, that means it's defining a 3D surface, which means it's defining...
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
I usually ignore what Rumpus
I know,
is saying.
but say, yeah, people aren't really picking up on it. But if you have to pick up on the little nuances, it's a good job I'm here, isn't it? It's what I do. Welcome
I'm surprised.
Listen,
I'm surprised he said it.
A new position, a new radius.
Yeah. Yeah, welcome, Buster. It's hard to tell who's talking in what because I think everybody's still around here.
Yes. Yeah.
I had to
Sorry.
check before when Kevin said something, and I thought, no, he's deaf and damn muted, so it can't have been him here.
Are you still live?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's surprising that he did say that because they typically don't define the surface as 3D.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, entirely Euclidean. He's talking about the Euclidean sphere.
Yes, in effect, a new distance from the centre of
Nice.
the Earth. We can say that it's got its own tangent. Now, this is where this confusion about multiple tangents comes from. And this is what F.E. Dogma was basically doing in his diagram. So the tangent, you can argue, for this point, because we know it's a radius, that means it's defining a 3D surface.
Shock? What did he say? Oh, come on.
This is what F.E. Dogma was basically doing in his diagram. So the tangent, you can argue, for this point, because we know it's a radius, that means it's defining a 3D surface.
Because we know it's a radius, that means it's defining a 3D surface. What's he talking about?
3D circle, maybe. I don't know.
Unless he means a sphere, right? A radius of a sphere defines a 3D surface. Do you reckon that's what he means? Because a radius makes a circle and a circle's a 2D figure. Unless you're talking a radius of a sphere. And then that would be a 3D surface. I think, but I'm not so sure whether Rumpus is allowed to say that. I don't know. I don't know who's bothered about listening to any of this technical stuff about the laws of the globe that Rumpus is going over. But it does seem like there's a few contradictory statements that he's making. Worth noting, though. A radius...
Did I miss?
Go on.
Did I miss the rules? I'm here late, my bad.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going over him, but... I can go over him again in a bit.
All right.
We're just at the bit with the Rumpus saying a radius. Because we know it's a radius... I'll put it back again. Oh. There we go.
Finds a new position, a new radius, in effect, a new distance from the centre of the Earth. We can say that it's got its own tangent. Now, this is where this confusion about multiple tangents comes from. And this is what F.E. Dogma was basically doing in his diagram. So the tangent, you can argue, for this point, because we know it's a radius, that means it's defining a 3D surface.
A radius defines a 3D surface. Okay? And because he can have a new radius...
Which means it's defining a 2D circle, which means we can define a tangent to it. Because quite often one of the arguments used against... has been used in the past by Bevan and these other flatties, is that you can't have a tangent to a point, but it's not a point.
You can't have a tangent to a point. And surely Rumpus didn't say that, did he? Has somebody said that? I know I've never said it. Anyone else? Ever heard anybody saying that you can't have a tangent to a point? Because a tangent is a point, isn't it? It's a tangent point. And then you draw a line, a tangent line on the tangent point. It's perpendicular.
Tangent point to tangent point. That's strange, but this is his logic.
Yeah.
2D circle,
2D
which means we
circle.
can define a tangent to it. Because quite often one of the arguments used against... has been used in the past by Bevan and these other flatties...
It's an argument.
...is that you can't have a tangent to a point, but it's not...
That's an argument. He thinks that's an argument that somebody's made, that you can't have a tangent to a point. Right, here we go. Paused it again. This is where the dishonesty of these people... I mean, That's no argument that anybody's ever made. And if anybody ever did make that as an argument, well, they were obviously geometrically illiterate. A tangent point is where you develop a tangent line. Now, if you've mistaken a tangent line for a tangent point, and then imagine somebody's made an argument saying that you can't, well, that's ridiculous, because that's basically what a tangent is. This is rumpus. I mean, people should know all of this sort of stuff by now. You've got the blue marble scientists, and you've got the people who are actively messing people up, I think. And, you know, there's probably quite a few globe, frantic bunny ears, people that have gone along with any of this sort of stuff that he's talking about. Or they have to, right? This is the impressive point, is that globe guys have to do this. Can't get away from it. Tangent is a point. Crazy.
Not a point. This point is defining an elevation. If we treat it as an elevation, it's got a radius associated with it of a sphere. And so let's have a look at that sphere. In fact, let's get this sphere.
Remember this, like a room full of people. Make a different colour. Nobody's questioning it.
Doing just that there, actually I think I want to change, yes, back, right.
How's that?
That point B is defining effectively a new conceptual sphere, and as you can see the exercise, and it's got this new radius, and so a tangent, and we can then draw a tangent to that. So if I explain that.
And this is exactly what F.E. Dogma did.
Exactly.
This is exactly what F.E. Dogma did. Thank you very much, Blue Marble Science. So this is exactly how F.E. Dogma solved the twin tangent conundrum. How did he do it? Just drew another fucking circle. Dead easy.
Said that at the beginning.
You say you can only have one tangent on a line. Well, that may be in normal geometry and thinking. We're talking rumpus and globe, and Blue Marble Science is involved in this now. And this is exactly what F.E. Dogma did. He didn't mention anything about doing this, drawing extra circles and shit, but well done, F.E. Dogma. It's a good job that these guys are around here, laying down the laws for all of the globe guys. Where would they be without it? I bet nobody else knew this. You want to put two tangents on one straight line? Just draw another circle. I think I said that to him at some point.
Exactly what he did.
It's exactly what he did.
So there you are. So we now have point
exactly
A
what he did.
And point B. And we have two, what we're going to call them tangents, because every elevation, every different elevation creates a new circle, which means we can then define a new tangent. So when we're talking about these other tangents, which is what F.E. Dogma was referring to, he was referring to the tangent for that elevation. And as you can see here, every elevation has a new tangent, has a different tangent.
And as you can see, on the globe model, a horizontal has constantly changing elevations. So therefore, there are an infinite amount of tangents that can be formed along a, you can't call it a horizontal line, can you?
I may be confused.
Could you?
I may be confused. Does a tangent have to touch the edge of a circle?
Well, you just make a new circle, like Rumpus has just said. Like if you're struggling with one tangent on your straight line, what you do is you just draw another circle anywhere you want, and then you can say it's got another tangent on it. But they're all different elevations, so really you can draw a circle at any point you want. Say that's a tangent point for your horizontal, so that you've got a new horizontal point. I mean, it is very freeform whenever you get into the geometric understanding of the globe model, like Rumpus is describing here. Multiple tangent points are allowed. You just draw another circle.
No doubt.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether everybody else is living up to these standards that Rumpus is laying down, and Blue Marble, and FE Dogma. FE Dogma pointed out
logic knows
Rumpus is now available to do this, and as you can see, the horizontal point there can be made into horizontal points all the way along this line here, this straight line, by just drawing circles anywhere. And then you could put a tangent point there, and that would make it horizontal, a horizontal point. That's right, isn't it, Paper?
But horizontal point is moving, and when a horizontal point is moving, yes, it is a line. And moving horizontal, according to this radius, is curved. Sorry, it cannot be straight line. Because if you can create at any point this new, it means that it has to be curved, this original, if you are not changing elevation. But if you are changing elevation according to his model, you are changing a circle. You are just pumping this globe.
Just draw a new circle there.
Yeah, but you guys lost me a minute ago. What's a horizontal point?
That's what horizontal is in the globe model. Under Rumpus's rules, it says a horizontal is a tangent to a conceptual surface as defined by a radius and is perpendicular to vertical. So the horizontal is a point at the end of a radius. You can think of the horizontal point as being the end, not the center part, the other end of a radius. Conceptually, within Rumpus's and the globe model, obviously, Rumpus wouldn't just be telling people lies about the globe model. This is actually how the globe model works. And a horizontal point is at the end of a radius. Wherever you want to put the radius. Anywhere. You can make this radius any length, Rumpus says. And you can put the end point of the radius anywhere. It doesn't really matter. It goes anywhere. And then at the end point there, that's horizontal, according to Rumpus. As Rumpus defines it, that's it, isn't it, Paper? You agree with that?
Yes, but this is point. This line is redundant.
Yeah.
You shouldn't draw this horizontal line.
Yeah. There's no lines there. It's just a point at the end of a radius, wherever you want to put that. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't even have to be within the confines of your original circle with the radius laid out. You just change the length of your radius at any point and have a new horizontal point. Blue Marble Science Geometry, as laid down by Rumpus. And this is like Blue Marble says, this is exactly what FE Dogma laid down for them. And this is why Rumpus is doing it. FE Dogma is laying down the dogma, and Rumpus is now letting everybody know. I don't know why this didn't take it up. I don't know why Neil deGrasse Tyson hasn't done a thing on this. You'd have thought he would have done. You'd have thought every Glober would have had this as a handbook, like a little app that tells you where the horizontal point is. Actually, the horizontal point can be anywhere. Because on this model that he has down is towards the centre. That's every direction. Every direction. Which means that at the end of the radius, every point is a horizontal point.
I'm still confused, man. They must be using the word point different than I'm accustomed to. Because I didn't know it could have that kind of orientation, just a point.
Well, like we say, if you're going to define it this way, then vertical is every direction. And horizontal is a point on every part of the vertical line. So also, everywhere is horizontal. There's no differentiation between any of the orientations on the globe model. Can't tell. Every direction is vertical and every point everywhere is horizontal. Guaranteed. Rumpus's definitions of the globe model. Should we carry on?
I mean, I'm still confused, but I guess so.
Well, I don't know. Are you bothered? I mean, I know what vertical and I know what horizontal is. And I know that every vertical line will be perpendicular to horizontal, and horizontal is a plane. It's not a point. And vertical isn't every direction. It's particular. It's a very definite direction. Same as horizontal. I don't have these problems. This is the problems generated by Rumpus. And I hope the globe guys can keep on. But I like to live in simplicity myself, with my understanding of vertical and horizontal being perpendicular. Rumpus is changing it. Well, I say changing it. It's been like this for 2,000 years, I think, for the globe. I'm not so sure whether many people are aware of it. Like you, Jeremy, you've been in this for how long, and you sound confused.
The horizontal point has got me confused because I didn't, even if you want to think of it as a dot, or, it's that which has no parts, but like, I don't know how they're using the word point now because, you can't orientate a point.
Excuse me, I'm paused it. This is Jeremy. He's from Gem Panda's Debate Flat Earth and More Discord server, the one that got shut down for misinformation. But he's got another one, so be careful. And then he went to Geos, and he's been around this quite a lot, right, Jeremy? In this arena, but he's never even heard of the horizontal point. Yet it has to be a core tenet of the globe model, the dogmatic globe model. He's never even heard of it. Now, what does that tell you? Well, I'd say it says there's not a lot of people around here that can employ logic and geometry, or logic of a high enough level to understand the point behind geometry in order to derive these proofs and this understanding. It tells you how bad a state that the globe model's been in. But, I mean, they did this years ago. The point is that nobody really cares, because it's up to you. You're going to get an understanding of what it is that you know. And when you get that understanding, you'll realise that the gift is people talk shit. Particularly people that are pushing models. And normally when people reach that point, they just leave. Takes a rare group of people to stick around.
It must be a sphere. What are they doing? Like spherical geometry or something? I don't know what this is.
Do you know what a tangent point is? That's what it's based around. Do you know what
where the line meets the circle? Yeah.
Okay. Now
the spot where the line touches the circle.
Okay. Now imagine that you can alter the radius of the circle. Where's the tangent point?
I mean, I guess if you're going to draw a straight line parallel to the other line right above it.
If you have a free-form moving radius, right, that can alter in length, where's the tangent point going to be?
Oh, right. I mean, are they doing? I don't know.
Literally anywhere, right? Because you can
I mean, yeah, you
move
can
the
draw a
radius to wherever you want. And so therefore you can put a tangent anywhere you want. And
Yeah, I was
that's
almost
where
gonna
he
say where
calls horizontal.
I was almost going to say where the radius touches, but then I'm like, you could just do that anywhere. So I didn't even know how to answer that. Yeah.
That's what Rumpus says horizontal is.
This point where the radius touches the...
Yeah, and it can be anywhere because he's just shown us here that he can extend this radius wherever he wants to have a new tangent point on the tangent line that he originally made. To make a new tangent. Now, this is one for the mathematicians. As you can see, he's drawn one and generated a new tangent point. And then that new tangent point, obviously, makes a line there. And you could have another tangent point on the same vertical here. So by Rumpus's rules, you could have a radius with two tangent points on it. You could infinitely do this. And I call it an infinite expansion of points. Because this... Obviously, this one here generates this one, and then that one generates another one. And you could keep going. Infinite expansion. Could you do an infinite regression of that thing? Because mathematically, if you can go infinite expansion...
Yes.
So you go all the way down to the center...
Infinite progression in this model is possible, but regression no, because you end in one point. So it is not infinite.
Well, that would be the monad, wouldn't it? If you would be able to regress it, you'd be able to regress it back to the prime point where horizontal and vertical are the same point. They're the same thing at that point, the monad.
Yeah, but still, even on this tangent point, the vertical and horizontal are the same. So whole line is vertical and horizontal at the same moment.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome. Then you got it. Then you just have a point in the middle if you regress it all the way, and just every way's horizontal off of that.
Right. So what does that mean? What does that mean?
I don't know. This is hurting my brain.
It means that the orientations of vertical and horizontal are absolutely meaningless on this particular model that Rumpus has made. Because every point can be horizontal and every direction can be vertical. Meaningless. Absolutely meaningless. But this is Rumpus's and Blue Marble and the laws of globe. He's basically telling you it's a load of bullshit. But hey, if you want to be geometrically illiterate, right? You have to be, I think, if you're a globe model believer, because Rumpus is telling you that it's impossible. Can't happen. Doesn't make any sense. Even when you're trying to comprehend it, Rumpus's idea, it's impossible. I'll do the paradox bit.
And if they're in different places, a new tangent. Every point. Let me go back to this diagram.
Yeah.
If you look at this diagram here, go ahead, Blue.
Go on, yeah, you could also have on that. Go back to your previous diagram. Yeah, you could on your original radius line there. If you can extend that out and have another tangent up there as well, which
look. Rumpus is telling him he can extend the radius out and he can have another tangent up there as well. So who says you can't have two tangents on a straight line? Rumpus has put one over here and Blue's about to put another one on the same radius line. Fantastic, this globe stuff, globe geometry.
Would be parallel to
the first
tangent you drew, but only along that radial line.
So you could have two parallel tangents.
Parallel points?
Parallel tangents on the same radius, yeah? It's fantastic. I mean, most people don't know this sort of stuff. It's on the globe model, Jeremy. Don't be thinking it's got anything to do with reality and normal geometry. This is completely different. Rumpus is laying down the law.
I mean, it sounds like you could have unlimited parallel tangents on one radius line.
Yeah. It is globe. Very globe.
I still don't know how to use the word point.
Oh, it's getting late. And that's not a bad place to stop, actually. Tangent points can be anywhere along a horizontal and also anywhere along a radius, a vertical. So basically what Rumpus and Blue Marble are telling you is that if you have, or you can conceptualize a vertical and a horizontal being two straight lines, then Blue Marble and Rumpus can conceptualize tangent points anywhere along either the vertical or the horizontal. Makes no difference. But the bit that obviously didn't get played out too much was the fact that they have an elevation change along a horizontal, which I know would sound ridiculous to somebody in reality because it'd sound like a slope, and most people know that horizontals don't slope, but they're talking about these globe horizontal, a different definition. Horizontal on the globe model is just a point. And if it's using spherical geometry, it's actually 2 points antipodal to each other. And a horizontal plane is a sphere in spherical geometry and Pringle. But obviously only the negative curve of a Pringle, not the positive curve part, because that's spherical. So the opposite side, the side that has just the negative curvature. Everywhere is horizontal and everywhere is vertical. Every point is both horizontal and vertical. In the ridiculous dogmatic globe model. This one was for Brian's logic. Let him know that, there's a tangent. He calls it the tangent paradox, but it's a problem about the straight line. They're not really allowed to have straight lines on the surface of their model, and especially when it's within non-Euclidean, they have no vertical. There is none. That's a Euclidean concept, not a spherical geometry concept. As they said, horizontal has to be a point. Therefore, there are no tangents. There is no tangents in spherical geometry. And that's what Rumpus wants you to believe. Or maybe something about calculus. He'll say all sorts of stuff. I bet you can't get him to explain any of this sort of stuff. What's the song ready? Two conflicting truths. How about that? Thanks for watching. Tell your friends, but only the ones that can think. You don't want to be upsetting any of them. And if you know anybody that's a mathematician or anything, get them in touch. Let's have a chat. I don't know. Might be back tomorrow. Might be Wednesday. Might be Thursday. Might just be Friday. Who knows? It's hard to tell. See you soon, though.
Let's give it a go. critically think or give yourself to accepted information too. Well, you got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Fast to what you know. Don't let their opinions throw you off. You got to stay the course you're on. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need. Contemplate before you make a choice. You got to let your voice be heard. You'll never see this place again. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Try not to enable their thoughts. They got enough problem with this bridge to cross. No matter what I say, they're doomed. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. There comes a time